That's funny. I thought that too.
Well, our doctor wants her to
I don't see a lot of these.
give her an analysis. And he just says, and see the last people you said down there, they met with the practitioner, so
Yeah.
Good to have Brandy.
so he said.
But sounds all the letters.
Put your hold on.
Yep. I will do it.
Set up.
What do we got?
Yeah.
5, 6, 7.
Me too.
Perfect. So let's get time to do.
I drive school bus.
So I went on the field trip. Little Park.
Kids are elementary kids come from far west of town in the training park. And they go to or up to the Ellis school.
Yeah.
Oh,
Knows how to make sure this thing.
Rena Ellis? I heard you say.
The camera, the,
No.
oh,
But they're just kids.
Every day.
Yeah, just kids. Some of the
Backyard, apparently not a
I'm
problem.
like,
Somebody.
I thought you said it was okay to leave until June, first week of June. And I was like,
A long one.
I kind of said, well, this is what we. Well, they need a really bad over here. I'm like, well, we need a really bad over here. Well, if I need to work something out on the back end. Like this fall, when they come out, they're ready. And I'm like, well, is there anything we can do? Well, I'm pulling. I'm like, well,
Not turning on. That might be why it's so hot in here. That condenser might have frozen up again.
yeah.
Did you turn it down and it not turn on?
okay.
Okay, I'll look.
Okay.
Frustrated.
Sorry to bug you all this time. I'm assuming we're able to pull the storybook up, right?
Yeah, I can post.
Okay, yeah, when we get to that point, that's kind of what I was wanting to use is just the template and we can go from
We're gonna get started.
from there. The first part of it,
So
we'll
let's
go
gonna see if we
through
can
it's just all the background.
cool the room down a little bit. It's 77 degrees in here right now. It didn't respond when I switched it on. Is it?
I don't know.
Yes, we could probably open some windows.
Couldn't be worse. We could be outside.
We haven't even started any difficult discussions.
They'll get one.
Brent's like, "They'll get one."
All right, I'd like to welcome you all to Auburn City Council meeting for the month of May. It is Wednesday, May 19th, just after 6 p.m. We have 4 of our council members here tonight. Council member Eck has to be excused. She's attending a tournament down south. Her son, who's senior in high school, baseball tournament, so she won't be here. All of our other council members are here tonight. Paulson, Peck is not here. Kirk is here, Celia is here, and Beth is here. My name is John Drew, I'm Providence City Mayor. let's go ahead and get started, and we'll start with the Pledge of Allegiance, and we'll follow with a thought or prayer.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Would anyone like to offer a thought or prayer for this evening? You're welcome to do so. Raise your hand up to the microphone. Councilmember Smith would like to offer prayer this evening. Thank you.
Dear Heavenly Father, it is with much gratitude that we assemble together in this beautiful land with freedoms that we've been endowed with by our forefathers who have fought hard to be able to give us the freedom of voicing and resolving concerns and coming together and to discuss things with one another. We're grateful for this wonderful community, Father in heaven. And we pray that as we deliberate and make decisions, that we might do it in the best interest of the community, the citizens, and to keep Providence a beautiful place to live. Pray humbly that thy spirit might attend to us as we make decisions. We appreciate all that thou hast done for us, and we say this in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Brent. Appreciate that. Okay. This evening we start out with staff reports. Our city recorder is here, city manager is here, our public works director is here. And we'll go ahead and start with Rob, the public works director.
Gonna be a fairly busy summer, I don't know how else to put it. And when it comes to busy factories, we're short an employee once again. And so once again, if you know anybody that might want an entry level or a supervisory position, we have a position that is open. Actually, we have two. And so water and wastewater related, help fill a gap in that department. By all means, if they think they might be interested, encourage them to come at least check it out. So we've got those two positions.
Can you tell me what kind of background you're looking for?
For the supervisory position, I can probably train most people all the really important stuff related to SCADA and things like that they need to learn and teach them in a fairly good and fast manner. The most important aspect of the supervisory position will be experience with equipment. If they can dig a water leak. So equipment experience, supervisory position, and they can get trained and get the certifications they need in that position in a pretty timely manner if you dive in hard and get those certifications. For the level 2, and it could be a CNA provider for that matter, somebody else to come in and help us with that department that can throw mud, throw shovel. I mean, that's really what it boils down to, and help us blue stake and do the day-to-day tasks that we're trying to accomplish with that department. Oh yeah.
So employers are struggling. There's even Subway has a $500 signing bonus if they bring in a new employee.
There's unfortunately a lot of that in the Valley right now. So the market's going to be tough to find somebody. So hopefully it's a step up for somebody and they're looking for a government type job that's a good way to go for them. So I'm optimistic that person will turn up. Hopefully sooner than later. We got a lot of stuff coming at us. We got a lot of projects going right now, but our city's reservoir project is going well. And that project will benefit the whole city, the whole community. And it's going to ensure that the water runs in everybody's taps year round, as long as we've got employees to help me out. So everybody's going to benefit from that project. And then the streets, another huge project incoming that has a lot of water aspects to it. And those projects, the 20-inch blocks of roadway that we're going to redo, with the 3 blocks of water main and 111 water services, it's going to be a lot of road construction. So the city's going to have to gear up, prepare for detours and gravel roads. hopefully that doesn't come with road rage. So just get the word out there, get people prepped that it's going to be an interesting downtown at least. Because the fiber optics is going to come as well, and that's going to bombard us with more road projects. So it's going to be a busy summer once things really get rolling. It's just starting slow.
When does that start?
We finally have got the first few preliminary engineering designs to start reviewing and trying to get that some direction on where to properly put those fiber lines when it comes to not interfering with other utilities.
Get closer to your microphone.
Okay, and as far as, giving them some direction and red lines as to how to redesign their fiber project when they start giving us designs to hopefully make sure that we don't put fiber optic on top of our water and sewer mains. Things like that just needs a lot of oversight.
There's fiber optics coming along Highway 8991 on the west or east side. Is that related to our project at all? Do you have any idea?
It's not related to our project, but in a roundabout way, they all intertwine and they have the abilities to link on and utilize each other, piggyback off each other's stuff. So that one in particular doesn't, but that does bring up another good project point to fill everybody in on, and that's the UDOT project that's coming. And I believe the portion near Providence on Highway 165 is going to start gearing up the first week of next month. So there will be road construction on the highway between Hiram and Logan, and they'll start the Providence area. I think they're going to mobilize into our area about the 5th or 6th of next month. So we can see that construction coming as well. Anything else we can help with?
I got one more question for you.
Sure.
You told me today when I was up on site, who's doing our inspections on the tank?
JUB Engineering. There's a gentleman, Derek, behind me, who's actually that primary inspector. He's got some other guys that are also helping him out with that. But he's up there very regularly. And with the fact that we're doing a very unique style of reservoir project, in other words, it's post-tensioned and not regular construction. In other words, regular rebar and such. It takes extra inspections because VSL, they are sending their own inspectors and they're on site regularly, if not daily right now, overseeing the project from Colorado and Salt Lake, because it's a unique design and they have to make sure that, for liability purposes, every step of the process meets their expectations for structural strength when they start pulling those rods tight. So there's actually myself, JUB, and VSL, all inspectors fairly regularly.
And is JUB taking the cones and pressing the cones for strength?
Correct. Well, I don't know if JUB is overseeing that.
Intermountain concrete test, intermountain testing.
Is doing the cone work?
Yeah.
Okay.
So it is getting done. I've seen all the test cores. They haven't been broke yet.
Tyler, we have anything from you as a city recorder?
No.
Scarlett, our Administrative Services Director.
You're gonna see some of what we've been working on tonight's agenda with the boundary line adjustments and the development agreements and things like that. We still have quite a few people interested in building in Providence and doing developments. We've got a couple of small ones that have come in. State code has changed just a little bit on some of our noticing requirements, and so we're making sure we're taking care of those things as they come in. Our April's busy out making sure that they're staying on top of their stormwater stuff, even though we haven't had a lot of rain and that's kind of, we have to be diligent because people get lax because they're not having rain, and then we get a rainstorm, and if they haven't kept their site up to date or kept their site clean, then we can have problems. So she's been trying to stay on top of people with that and with regular code compliance. And then of course, our recreation program, We've got our pickleball registration going on right now. Our recreation softball and recreation baseball program started tonight. Our competitive baseball program is winding up. They're finishing their little tournament, and we were kind of disappointed. We had a lot of people that said they wanted to play adult kickball. We didn't have anybody that signed up. So we'll try again. We're still waiting to see how the wiffle ball, it's been slower than we thought to. We had a lot of people, both adults and youth, that were really excited about the program, but we'll see how that goes. Got a lot of compliments on our little T-ball diamond, that it looks like a real diamond for those cute little kids to go out and play on. So with their little home run fence and everything. So busy place at the park. I went down there last night to watch a grandkid and could not find a place to park. Had to wait for somebody to pull out so I could snitch in there really quick. So busy place, fun to be in. And then we've got, as you know, the concerts in parks are coming up and starting in June and that type of thing. So I think it's going to be a fun summer. Anything from any questions? All right.
Thank you, Scarlett. Brian or City Manager?
Well, it's good to see you. We appreciate the last time we were meeting in St. George. So, you know, it could be worse. It might be hot here, but it could be worse. It could be scorching. So a few things just to cover. A lot of what I would have is going to be budget related. And so that's going to be a big one. We've kind of pushed that at the end of the agenda so that we can go through some good detail there. But that's one of the biggest items that I've been working on, is to get, we've met with all of the staff at different levels and have incorporated all the different master plans that we have in place. Master plans is the next really big item. We'll have our sewer master plan tonight and presentation. So anyway, that's been a big issue. And as we build from our vision, our master plans, our budget, and as all of those roll together, those are pretty critical in it. So some of those is grants. We look for grants to acquire some of that. We currently have, we found out we didn't get the outdoor recreation grants. We applied. In fact, we helped sponsor another one. The Stokes Nature Center, they didn't get theirs, but we, in the budget, as long as you approve that, we'll continue to have some improvements with them, in partnership with them, for the Jays Well Park. We have an application for CMAQ. It is air quality, congestion mitigation, air quality. That would be putting in bike lanes and some of that. There were, I believe, 5 applications, and they're going forward to have evaluation on. So we're hopeful that we have a good chance there. Another one we'll talk about tonight is the potential to go to the Community Impact Board to seek funding for portions of our culinary water master plan. And then later, we're gearing up to make an application for the COG to come back to our 100 South project. So, and we'll talk a little bit more about that. I've been meeting with the sheriff to try to work on our contract and be able to find a way to phase that in. My goal with that is to be able to phase that in as population, so that as we have a higher population, we get more hours from the sheriff, which is tied to a revenue source, because as population rises, our sales tax income rises. And if we can peg our contract hours rising with that, it's really a zero cost, because the revenue is already attached with it. So it's not an increase to the budget outside of that revenue increase. So have been in continued discussions about some additional parkland, and have a few conversations that way. It is coming, and at some point We'll put that in our closed session tonight, if that's okay. Be able to talk about the acquisition of land and purchase price. So we'll have one item for closed session for that. Fiber, we're getting ready to roll out. We've had a really good turnout for pre-sign up that. And we'll have to start kicking off some of that details. And they're already coordinating with our project on our streets project. So they'll go in coordinated efforts. One thing that was interesting that you maybe, I spent a good deal of a day with Blacksmith Fork with their president, their water master, and we toured most of their system and went through from Providence and the upper areas there all the way down to the river to see their entire system. It's highly educational. I've taken tours of Spring Creek and I've now taken a very detailed tour of Blacksmith Fork. And I think our relationship there is working out. And so we're trying to build and grow those relationships together. Time is a big piece to that. So anyway, it's been helpful. But that is my report. I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have for me or how I can help.
So we expect to see an early start on the part of Strata.
Yeah, at this point, we're thinking both the road and fiber could start within the next 4 to 6 weeks. We're within weeks now. But that'll be depending on when they can mobilize. They do have, they're looking for a house here. They'll purchase a house in the valley. They'd like to find it in Providence, but they're looking for a house here in the valley. And they have a supervisor that is going to be here full-time just for the project. Will live here for the next 3 years while this project is constructed. So anyway, Matthew is his name. But good guy, lots of good experience from Strata's side, and he will see this from start to finish. So we're good. He's been up, and they're just trying to find that house. He has a wife and 2 little kids, a 4-year-old and a 2-year-old, I believe. So he's excited. I haven't talked to his wife, but I'm sure she's excited. So
Finding the house is going to be a problem.
it is. But at least it's going to be a company bought house. Then they can turn around and sell it. So they'll take care of all that stuff, I believe. Questions?
Speaking of housing, I spoke to Christina Ag, who has to be excused tonight, who's a realtor. She said the new condos that Visionary is building, they're now going for 315,000, 1,200 square foot, 2-bedroom condominium.
Here I have an update.
Good.
In the vineyard,
Yes.
370 for a mid unit and 390 end unit. Just
For the townhomes. Townhomes or condos?
Townhomes.
So I don't think we see any low income housing being built here in Providence.
Thank you for hiring me when I did, so I could buy a house when I did. I appreciate
Nevertheless,
that.
you still
Thank
had to buy one and hire them to be able to.
Yeah, but I tell people I live here because I spend so much time and energy loving this town. But I do have to sleep somewhere else. I know. I'm sorry, but it's
great
where I
for-
found it.
If you're running city government, it's great for property tax revenue.
No, actually, the property tax doesn't change as the values go up. The rate goes down, and so we only collect the same amount unless we hold the rate, and then we have a truth in taxation. The sales is good on new construction, but yeah, the value is a crazy one for people.
Get new property.
Yeah, new growth.
New owners, new growth.
Yeah, as we get new growth and new construction,
And your
absolutely.
budget says we're holding the rate.
Yes, we're holding the rate the same because the new growth is taking care of a lot of the cut that we agreed to. So we're not taking advantage of the new growth. We're taking the cut that we had agreed with energy. The rate will adjust lower, yes. The rate will go down to a point, a little bit.
We're adjusting it.
We're adjusting it. It will go down. It will go down. Worst case is budget that would hold, but in honest, as it actually will calculate, the problem, we haven't got the certified rate from the county yet. And we haven't given that, we don't generally get that until the first week of June. And so really holding the rate, we don't quite know because they've been published their certified rate yet. And so anyway, we don't know how much that escalation has caused after January or before. So that will be a note that will be updated with the budget. Dollar wise, it does adjust down for that energy tax increase, but the rate is that no. So yeah. Other questions?
Question. Okay, thank you, Ryan. We'll go ahead and move on. We have approval of them.
I think this air conditioner will help us cool that down.
I do have something to report.
All right.
I just want to let everyone know we are in an election year. So we have 2 council member positions open and the mayor position. Those interested in declaring for candidacy need to come see me between June 1st and June 7th, 8 to 5, excluding weekends. We also will be contracting with the county. What's on today's agenda. There's an amended agreement, so hopefully they'll be doing a lot of the heavy lifting. And that's all I need to report on.
Thank you, Tyler. Appreciate it. All right, we have approval of the minutes. We have the April 21st minutes from the council meeting that we held on Zoom. Council members present when we were down in St. George at the League of Cities and Towns mid-year conference. So that was the April 21st, the April council meeting. And I did not find any comments, corrections, additions. My copy. Council, any?
The only thing that I thought I recalled differently was when we discussed the annexation on the bench, that we were told the maximum number of lots would be 26, not 33. That's what I jotted down. There's not line numbers on the minutes. So I can't tell you exactly where it is. On page 2 of 7.
I didn't know before.
I don't know.
So there will probably be in the, this says in the 30s. Oh, we can check it.
Double check.
We can check it. We can have Jesse check the tape.
Yeah, we can check the tape. But the temporary drawing that they've shared with me shows about 25. So you were saying it was, what were you thinking?
26 is what I thought.
Yeah, at this point, the mock-up shows 25, but so it could be in that range.
It could be a lot less because we're looking at that property possibly.
That's all.
Council, anything else? All right, we have a motion to approve the minutes of April 21st.
I'll make a motion that we approve the minutes.
Motion from. Second. Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, minutes approved. Let's move on. All right, we have a public comment portion. We ask citizens who want to express their views to the city council on issues within the city's jurisdiction. The council accepts comments by email or by text or from the audience here tonight. And we ask that if you've got comments on some of the agenda items for later during the council meeting, that we'll entertain those comments when we do get to those agenda items. And usually what we ask is anything that's not on the agenda tonight, council members are more than welcome, or the audience is more than welcome to come up and be heard. So we'll go ahead and open the public comment portion, and I'll ask to see if we've got any any comments that were submitted. Anyone interested in speaking to the council tonight? Saw a hand raised. Come on up, use the microphone, introduce yourself. You're welcome, we're glad you're here.
1 minute. Yeah, we are here from PAC 11. He's one of my newest Weeblos, and he's working on his Arrow
Laura,
library.
would you introduce yourself for the,
Huh?
would you introduce yourself
Oh,
so
I'm
we have it
Laura
on the
Ferguson.
recording?
Laura Ferguson, Weeblos leader, and a whole bunch of other things. Riley Spear, who lives in Providence, is one of your citizens. I am not. I'm just like, right. One of the things that he needed to do for his building a better world is to meet city government. And I figured what's a better way to do that than to come to a city council meeting. So that's why we're here. And that's why we have to leave. I've got to go to my, I'm also on the troop committee, so I've got to go pick a voice for scouts. So he's got a family thing he has to go to. So I appreciate being able to come in and see how you guys, I was looking at your agenda, I go, Millville only has 1 page.
We use bigger fonts.
I'm just like, oh, well, you're a little bit bigger than Millville, so, but I appreciate.
Is it Riley?
Wiley or Riley?
Riley,
Right.
Riley, yeah,
thank you for coming
appreciate it.
and keep working on the Eagle.
He has to June 3rd to complete everything.
You can do it.
Yes,
And Laura, thank you for volunteering your services.
we've got him on the fast track for this. Scout camp this summer.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else like to address the council? Scarlett, do we have any messages submitted, any texts, any
We don't have any,
emails?
we don't have any just public comment. We do have one email that came in a couple of days ago.
Can you grab a microphone?
We don't have any public comment either by email or text on the Providence City, Utah Gmail account, but we do have one for one of the agenda items. So I'll go over that one later tonight.
All right. Hearing there's no further comments, we'll close the public comment portion. And we have a presentation from a gentleman from CAPSA. Are you Bryce?
Yes.
Welcome, Bryce. And we welcome someone from CAPSA every year, so glad to have you here.
Of course, thank you for having us. Again, my name is Bryce. I am one of CAPSA's service awareness educators. And we do come around usually annually. We've come twice this year. Came in October to give an update on some of the numbers that we didn't see in. And we wanted to come around the month of April because it's Sexual Assault Awareness Month. And because we've started to see some changes in numbers, so we just want to give you all kind of a quick update. Fortunately, we are seeing some stabilization, or at least something resembling stabilization with those big numbers. We're still seeing those huge increases, but they're no longer climbing. One of the things that we have started seeing as vaccinations have gone out and or are going out and folks are rejoining social settings is an increase in people dealing with sexual assault and rape. And we have, in my time as a service awareness educator, I have noticed that we do a pretty good job of letting people know what we do for folks dealing with domestic violence, but we don't always do as good a job with sexual assault. So we wanted to just spend a quick minute and share some of those services and ask that, that Providence and the folks in the community continue doing what they have been doing, which is sending people in when they need help. So I'll just go over those real quick, and then if y'all have questions, feel free to ask. We offer several services that are specific to folks dealing with sexual assault. One of the big things that we do is partner with the Cache Valley Hospital. They do forensic exams. So when someone's experienced a rape, they can go in. The exam just basically makes sure that they're okay and collects evidence. That way, if they would like to pursue legal justice when they're ready, they have that option available. It can be overwhelming, and it has to happen fairly quickly after the event. So what we do is we'll send an advocate there just to make sure that they have what they need. A lot of times that means a change of clothes. The hospital will take the clothes that they were wearing to swab for evidence. So we'll make sure they have something to wear home besides the gown. Make sure that the results are sent to the correct address and that they are aware of what services are available for them after. It has been a huge help for a lot of folks. And a lot of times, it's particularly because it's just so overwhelming all at that moment. Having just a list of services available is a huge benefit for them. So we do that. Our caseworkers work directly with those clients, so they've been seeing these increases. They partner they work with them to do safety plans. So a lot of times, one of the things that survivors will struggle with after that is feeling safe going about the things they used to be doing. So our caseworkers will sit down with them and help them plan out how they can go and approach each task. That way they can continue living their lives. We also connect them with our therapists. So our therapy is a service available to everybody who qualifies for CAPCSA services. But for folks dealing with sexual assault, we have a couple of benefits. We don't have any time constraints on the service. One of the things that's unique about sexual abuse is that the majority of it occurs before a person turns 18. And they'll obviously deal with that for a long time. We'll have a lot of clients who come in as they get older, looking for, finishing up with school, looking for jobs, or starting to seriously date. That trauma will come back up. So we'll help those people out. We also help secondary survivors. A lot of times that means parents who will come in with their child and basically just say, I'm not okay, but if you can make sure that my child is, then I'll figure it out. And our therapists will just sit them down and say, yeah, that's probably true, but families move together and heal together. And so if you can take that time for yourself, then it will benefit your child as well. So we'll sit down with them at that point. And then we also do some prevention services. So we will send some of my fellow educators out to the schools just to do skills-based training to understand what abuse is and healthy relationships with dating partners as well as with adults and anybody that they have in their lives, and then managing emotions, that kind of thing. And one of the things that we have noticed over the course of this past year and a half, I guess now, is a lot of clients who come in were folks who their kids were people that we had taught. When they went home during that time, their kids were seeing red flags and recognizing things that we had helped them understand. So they came in because of the advice of their children. So we're happy about that program. And it's something I think is helping out. If y'all have any questions, I'd be happy to answer those. Those are the services we offer specifically for folks who are dealing with sexual assault. And over the past year, one of the main reasons we've heard from people who have come in, because a lot of what we've seen is it maybe has been a thing for a while, but it escalated quickly over the past year. We just saw the added stress and everything. So the biggest reason people are coming in is because someone they trust tells them that they should get help, that they shouldn't have to deal with that kind of thing. So we just want to kind of get those services out there so people know what we can do in case they are experiencing something or have a friend or a loved one experiencing something. So we just want to encourage people to be vigilant and to send people in if they need it.
Bryce, you talked about educating people on what a healthy relationship is. You also talk about or give examples of what an unhealthy relationship is.
Yes, yeah, we help define what it looks like.
You talk to high school kids.
We do, yes. We start in upper middle school mostly, and then up into high school and get more in depth as they get older. In accordance with what we're allowed to teach in schools and everything. The high school is where we spend most of our time.
Thank you for the work you do. It's heavy. Thank you.
Yeah, I think especially after this year, if it weren't for our advocates, the caseworkers and therapists who get into the work because they care about it, it probably wouldn't. We also we're getting close to finishing up our building, which we're excited for because it will open up a bunch of new office space, and we're going to be bringing in new caseworkers and stuff. So we'll be able to spread the caseload a little bit better, to get more direct help.
Does it dovetail with or overlap or totally independent of CDC?
We get funding and grants through state and federal level. We've partnered with CDC on some programs and following with their guidance. But CAPSA is independent. So in all of the programs and services we offer are in-house. Thanks to that funding, we do about 60 to 65% grant funding, and then donations from the community.
Council, any questions? Grace, thank you. Appreciate it. Welcome back anytime. All right. This evening we have two public hearings, item 3 and 4. The first one is boundary line adjustment. The second is water master grant application. We'll have Scarlett introduce the boundary line adjustment. We have two parcels off 200 west south near the city municipal boundary with Millville. If you recall the last council meeting from April, we had a resolution council approved, and the resolution stated that the council had approved the intent of the city to adjust the boundary lines. So today we have a public hearing on that boundary line adjustment, and then we have an agenda item to approve that adjustment. So I'll go ahead and open the public hearing for the boundary line adjustment. We have two parcels, parcel number 02117015 and 0211700020, and just write down the agenda. Sorry, it's all right. I'll pick it up with top here. Located in the general area of 600 south, 285 west, and 645 south. 200 west. Providence City Council will consider adjusting the boundaries as proposed in resolution 010-2021, which was from last month's council meeting. So we'll entertain any comments from the public. This is a public hearing. Any members of the audience, and if you have any comments that have come in by text or email, we'll have Scarlett read those.
No comments by text or email on this item.
Anyone in the audience like to comment on this boundary line adjustment? The council will be considering it later tonight. All right. Seeing there's no comments, hearing none, no hands raised, we'll go ahead and move on, and we'll close the public hearing on that item. The second item, water master grant application. Grant application of Providence City's water master plan through Permanent Community Impact Board, called the CIB. Ryan is going to give us an intro to that, and we'll entertain any public comments on this as well.
And so the Community Impact Board is a state entity that is set up for planning and impact mitigation. We don't qualify for much of the impact mitigation. We have utilized them in a few different ways. They helped fund our sewer master plan at a 50% grant. They also gave us a loan to build our water tank. And then we are coming back this year to ask them for $45,000 towards a $90,000 estimated grant. It will include a hydraulic model. It will include identifying the capital improvement needs that we'd have in our culinary system. So this should have culinary water master plan. It is culinary. So that's what it's related to. We aren't looking for any loan at this point. We aren't looking for the Community Impact Board to have any loan on this. So we're not looking for financing or interest. So if they don't fund it, then we would look to have is all funded out of our budget. It may delay a little bit, but at this point, that is what we're looking for is to be able to do that. We have looked at other options. The need at this point, we have some different pieces of our water system, but we have a subdivision that at this point wants to expand even farther in a lower pressured area. And the master plan should identify any needs or changes that we need to make. It should foresee our construction for the next 20 years in what we'd need. And water systems are complicated in the fact that, as I tell people, they're more like a web than they are a stream, because all the different moving parts can go in different directions. You change a valve here, it changes something there. But so this is about us being able to seek money from the Community Impact Board. One of their requirements is that we get public input before we make an application. We'd like to make an application by June 1st. That is their first part in their cycle. They have a trimester system that they take applications. So they only take applications 3 times a year. So anyway, we would be interested in any public comment or answer any public questions. So anyway, that would.
Or will we have any comments on this?
No, I do not have any
Okay.
comments on the email or text.
All right, this is a public hearing. Will we invite any comments from members of the public? Anyone interested in speaking, raise your hand. Seeing no hands raised, we'll go ahead and close the public hearing on item number 4 on the water master plan grant application. Move on agenda. So
I think everybody will like to benefit from this water. We'd all like to drink it.
and having a good plan.
Absolutely.
All right, item number 5, ordinance 006, 2021 municipal boundary line adjustment. The 2 parcels we discussed in the public hearing, parcel number 02-117-015 and 02-117-0020, located in the general area of 600 South, 285 West, and 645 South, 200 West. Council will consider adjusting the boundaries as proposed in the resolution 010-2021, and that was the, can you pull that up from the last resolution? Just click on that area. So this is the ordinance that we're considering approving tonight. The resolution was approved last month. Council, any questions on this? Discussed this at the last council meeting. We can pull up the map if we need to. If not, I'll ask for any questions or comments. Council, anyone? Scarlett?
I just want to say that the legal description will change just a bit. If you notice on the one property, it's that abbreviated description that the county uses when they do their tax notices. They have done the actual legal description, so the map's correct. It's just that they've got a more detailed legal description that will be coming in on the actual boundary line adjustment plat. So this is the abbreviated version. When the plat goes in, it will have the full detailed version on the small parcel, the portion of 02-117-0020. That's the one that will just have a more detailed description, but everything is the same. Oh, and both the applicants are here. We've got Mike Zollinger here representing the Zollinger, D squared Zollinger, and then we've got Steve Guyman.
Mike?
have an exhibit that's shown afterwards, that's what it is now.
Scarlett, you want to point out where the,
We'll
so
go
where
right,
the cursor is there?
we'll go right across this yellow line.
Yeah, and we've talked about it extensively at the last 2 meetings, so I think we have a pretty clear understanding. It makes it pretty clear, straight lines, clean.
We like straight lines, right?
Both parcels have an exit. We clean it up.
Yeah, it's more housekeeping than anything.
All right. Council, I need a motion to approve this ordinance.
I'll make a motion that we approve item number 5, ordinance 006-2021 municipal boundary line adjustment.
Motion from Councilmember Seeley. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second from Councilmember Kern. That's all for a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
I
Okay, we have 4 ayes. In business. Thank you, gentlemen, for being here. Mike and Steve.
So maybe this is a question for the
Can you come up and use the
Yes.
microphone so we have you out of on audio?
Yeah, so I don't know if it's a question for the council or Scarlett, but so is it done, or are there other things that we need to do? Where do we go from here?
Sounds like you're asking for a legal request.
No, Millville has to do the same thing we, if they haven't done it, then they need to do the same.
Yeah, I think that ball is rolling. That's what Corey's communicated.
So once Millville, if Millville does, if Millville approves the same thing, then we will have you prepare that map. And then we'll get that signed by the mayor and the county surveyor. Then we will send it to the lieutenant governor's office to certify the boundary adjustment. So there's still a few more steps. Providence's step is done for a minute until after Millville takes their step, and then you'll prepare the map.
Yeah, and you walked me through that a couple weeks ago, so apologize for asking again.
Millville has to let go.
I'll reach out to them and make sure that happens. Okay, thanks.
All right, let's go ahead and move on to item number 6. Resolution 027-2021 Development of Public Improvement Installation Agreement. Providence City Council will consider and may take action on a resolution approving a development public installation agreement for Ficus Commercial Subdivision, a 4-lot subdivision with 3 commercial lots, 1 remainder residential parcel located in the general area of 750 West, 300 South. I think you probably all know, council, you know what this is. Ryan, can you click on that exhibit link and pull that up for us? Yeah, that is a resolution, and we have a map. Here's a development agreement. Scarlett, anything you want to tell us about that?
We have the applicant, Jerry Ficus is in the audience, and so is Kent Dunkley. So if you have specific questions for them, they're here to answer. This is the council's role in the subdivision process is the development agreement. The planning commission's role is the plat. So the planning commission is the party that approves the final plat. And then the staff has some role in it as well, particularly the public works director and the city engineer. The city engineer is the one that signs the construction drawings. Brent asked me a minute ago if we had signed construction drawings. We're not quite there yet on the signed construction drawings. They are reviewing construction drawings, working with the developer's engineer to make sure that they've crossed all the T's and dotted all the I's. So we don't have signed construction drawings yet, but they are.
The last notes.
So we've reviewed them, we've submitted notes, and now it's in the developer's engineer's court to address those notes and get it back to us, which is not uncommon. It takes some time to get those construction drawings just the way we need them to. So that's the step we're at for you, is to look at this development agreement. Now, this does talk about boring under 165 that you indicated you would be okay with that. So that is in this development agreement as well. So the developer does intend to dedicate water shares from Blacksmith Fork. I think everything else is, I think those are the kind of the only two things that have changed from our last meeting to this one. So any questions?
On the water shares, why is it we took the shares instead of fee in lieu of?
Rob is the the culinary and sanitary sewer water authority. So I will let him answer that. He's the one that gets to make that call with your blessing. So
Generally, it's better for them to take the shares or rights if they've gone through all that work already and they have them to offer up. Fee in lieu is more of a means to want to entertain somebody is really struggling getting anything at all in order to accomplish those water needs. Fee in lieu, and this is more of a legal question, but I'll try to interpret a legal advice that I got once. And that's that the fee in lieu has very streamlined uses. So we can't just go and spend fee in lieu on even water department infrastructure. It's got very hitched to water rights and shares uses. So therefore, getting them up front is generally the better way to go because you're going to end up needing them with that fee in lieu at some point in time. So if you can get those shares or those rights up front with the development, you're usually better off. Better way to interpret that.
and I would mention too that in our 40-year water plan, which is different than the general plan that Ryan talked to you about a few minutes ago, the 40-year water plan actually deals more with, does the city have enough water right, water shares, that type of thing, where this master plan, that's going to look at what kind of infrastructure do we need to operate all of those shares and water rights in. So in our 40-year master plan, it does assume that we will continue to acquire shares from both companies as they're available and as growth needs it to, so that we can either work with people by allowing them to use them. If we're not putting them in the culinary system, by allowing them to use them in the secondary, in their existing secondary system, or working like we are with Spring Creek Water Company on change orders to utilize them in the culinary system. But it is in line with our water rights 40-year plan to acquire the shares.
I had a question. I'm trying to remember back from the previous meeting. There's different grades of water though, Blacksmith Fork versus Spring Creek. Is that
Correct.
correct? I mean, one is culinary grade, and I think the other one, remind me of what I'm thinking of here.
Yeah, well, what you're referring to is the fact that Broad Hollow Spring has been developed underground, therefore it's not under the direct influence of surface waters. Therefore, it doesn't have that contaminant factor, so we don't have to go through the extra treatment factors if we were to put it into a culinary system. Blacksmith Fork water doesn't have that in any shape or form. So there's that one little, caveat to it that makes the Spring Creek water a little bit more.
That's what I'm saying, is one's a little more desirable than the other.
Yeah, as far as Providence City goes, it has that little turf factor, that particular spring. Now, Spring Creek Company as a whole, it's got both. So it's got Broad Hollow spring waters and all the other springs that are up the camp. So they both have the same type
But
of
we
water.
can't distinguish in terms of bringing shares. They bring water. It doesn't matter the grade of that water.
Correct. Water is valuable no matter which direction it comes from to everybody. Really.
Water improves in value and dollars don't. It's not today.
One other item to consider is if that property was being irrigated by that water right, then it doesn't need to be irrigated if it's going to be developed. So you take that in the same time, because then you don't have to have that water running on that property when it's developed. You take it and you utilize it for other uses for that, or provide water to that in a different manner. But sometimes that is in the Blacksmith Fork area, And so it would make sense that that is served by a Blacksmith Fork irrigation system. I don't know whether it's currently irrigated that way. Is it irrigated? Haven't been using it, but that's where it would have been probably a diversion point. Yeah, yeah. So anyway, that's oftentimes because of that, it does make sense to attach that they're taking off that land for development, and that water shares could come along with them. So
how do we use those shares as a city? If the land is not there to be irrigated, and we can't put it into our culinary system, do we look at creating a treatment
There's other
facility
ways.
later, or?
As far as Blacksmith Fork shares and in general across their whole system, there's ways the city can benefit from having shares covered when it comes to utilizing those on things like parks and exchange agreements and things like that. So there's ways for the city to utilize water, which is easier maybe for the city to come up with ways to use precious water than it is a subdivision that doesn't have the ability to connect it onto an existing nearby pressurized system. Usability generally doesn't pencil out for them. So when agricultural land develops and becomes hard surface, that water, those water shares need, you try to get what the beneficial use, hopefully within the city in some way.
Two questions for you. Have we settled the debt that we have? $350,000 debt that we were collecting money for. Has that been settled?
Yes, that was taken care of in, I think it was in January of 2020. We took care of that.
So that's been settled.
Yes.
So that's
And that's one of the reasons why we went to straight fee in lieu for a couple of years, is because we knew we had that coming and we wanted to make sure we had sufficient money for that, and we did. In fact, we still have some that we can use to acquire water rights if they become available, and they are something that the city feels like that would be beneficial, but that debt has been taken care of.
my second question. Has the city been able to see that all the shares they have in Blacksmith Fork are utilized? Or do you have shares that are not utilized in Blacksmith Fork?
we have some shares that are not utilized in Blacksmith Fork, and we are in discussions with some to maybe look to exchange. If we could exchange ones in Blacksmith Fork for Spring Creek, we would do that for the reasons that Josh brought up. But at this point, we do have some that aren't, but we do look out at 40-year, and we would say that there is going to be a need within the next 40 years to be able to do something to make it into culinary or usable. I've met with Blacksmith Fork on the issue, and I've met with George on the issue. We're working on it. I just wasn't gonna call his name out, but when she did, I'm happy to do it. That's okay. That's okay. But yes, no, you're fine. But at that point, we are in discussions to try to figure that out. They would require a bylaw change. So nope.
I have a question on the sewer. I still have a question on the sewer. If I could ask a question regarding that part of it.
You're talking about the sewer for this specific, not the master plan later on. Okay.
I'm talking about this specific development. We, as a city, as a council, approved boring, putting a sleeve under 165. Okay. That is kind of like buying a pig in a poke, because we don't know what we're dealing with. The only thing, and you guys were in St. George, and I was home last week or last time, and I said that sleeve needs to be adequate to put a forced line underneath 165. So now I see the sewer master plan, which has a lift station down by the river to collect both north and south side of Third South. And it's gonna collect, the way they're showing, it's gonna collect all that property, with all of possibly to be annexed to the north and all that would be annexed to the south. That's the way the master plan or this study is showing it. Okay, two things. The grade along 165 from 3rd south to 1st north is flat, really flat. Barely has enough to flow. Has anybody taken a look if that would satisfy, or are we gonna have to do something different? See, I'm a little bit concerned that all that output is gonna go in at the corner of 3rd south and be expected to run from 3rd south to 1st north. I don't see that in the master plan that's been addressed anywhere. And maybe I'm wrong.
Here's the drafter. Here's the drafter and master plan. Let's have them answer.
Okay, I don't want to get into it right now. But my point is now you've got 3 lots being developed. And there is no mention of a wet well, a pump station, a force line adequate to serve the whole thing. All we're talking about is 3 lots. And are they putting in a lift station, a private one for 3 lots? It'll force it back under Highway 65 and up to the main sewer line. Are we putting in 3 lines from each lot? I don't understand that.
I think if you were to read my questionable notes that I submitted not too long ago, you're asking a lot of the exact same questions that I threw at the engineers last week. And so there is some questions as to exactly how best to make this 3-4 lot functionality work with the shared sewer idea, that throwing the casing in, boring the highway plan throws a little bit of a wrinkle in when it comes to the sizing and the timelines. And so that's where my questions that are very similar to yours came into play with the city's plan for growth of the entire area and not, more or less accommodating a certain individual subdivision. And that's that we want to bore that highway, we want to properly bore it to accommodate all the future growth in the area. And when it comes to injection pumps, there's some engineering that has to be thought through, like you know, when it comes to the sizing, because force mains have to be in the right size in order to properly function. So if we put in a 16-inch force main casing under that highway, that obviously that 16-inch pipe is not going to function well for 3 individual lots. No matter probably almost anything that goes there, they're going to need probably more a 2 or a 4-inch pipe in order to properly function. And that's where I ran into some more questions as to what you guys are truly on board with when it comes to this boring the highway. Are we going to sleeve it for the entire future growth and then put the 4-inch or a 6-inch pipe inside that sleeve? That's a a preliminary pipe that might get upsized to a 10 or 12-inch pipe at some other date, depending on what the engineer calls for. And then comes the timing aspect of things. So if for whatever reason, the 3 or 4 lots that get created down here, they all have their own individual injection pumps on each individual lot, which go into that 2 or 4-inch pipe up across the highway, will probably work just fine. But what businesses or residential scenarios might be on that line that have to suddenly be without service for what amount of time to upgrade that pipe size underneath the highway and the casing? And sometimes that's just simply something you can't easily do in a timely manner, and that's remove a pipe from a casing and upsize it without interfering with very crucial infrastructure. So it might make more sense to have 2 pipes under that highway. So there's some engineering aspects there that I just want a lot of clarification myself, which was part of my notes from last week. And then go kind of sideline along with that is the location of where that really ought to be and how far, because their current plans are showing the force main and the gravity main being stubbed right into the center almost of the 3rd South intersection. Is that truly where we want to cross the intersection? Probably not. Now, I would think that one side or the other, whether it be on the Alder property or Pickett's property, and should cross to the Byington Low properties, probably makes more sense, one versus the other. And I think both of those property owners are probably on board with with working with the city and the developers, whatever needs to happen there, but that needs to happen by somebody sooner than later. And so I'd like to pick the right side or the most, proper side based on working with property owners and what truly works best for us based on what our engineers that are shooting grades say is truly the best one to shoot for, because there might be a certain distance one way or the other that can gravity. The more we can benefit from gravity, even if it's just 2 corner lots in that intersection, if they can gravity at some point, that's exactly what should happen. So there's a little bit more question marks that I've thrown out there just recently. Make sure we get the construction drawings correct.
I struggle to approve something that is so nebulous. To me, I don't have answers, but I'm supposed to approve it. We approved last time to put a sleeve under the highway. If we're just putting a sleeve under the highway for 3 lots, then that's a different story than putting a sleeve under the highway that's going to benefit future growth down through the Alder or whatever other property. So I struggle with what we have approved, because I said this when you guys were in St. George, the sleeve needs to be adequate to handle what we're going to do in the future. The other thing I think might give a consideration to is a septic tank being set in the front yards until such a time as a wet well is put in down by the river and the whole thing is completed correctly.
Now, another twist that could be an option.
Well, and I think our ordinance indicates that if you're so far from the main sewer line, you have that option.
Well, they certainly could get to our gravity, but the part that I struggle with is the cost factor of accommodating what the 3 lots probably needs. In other words, boring the highway with a 4-inch drill is going to be significantly lower than doing whatever it might take to drill for anything larger, 12-inch apparently.
But if we have to pay for a 4 and a 12, is that fair to the citizens? That's a question I have to deal with as a council member. You see, I think it's important to bore under that highway to service that area. Very much so, very, very much so. But if we get somebody who wants to build in the middle of Alder property, are we going to put another bore 4-inch underneath that? At what point in time are we going to deal with the whole shooting match? Or do we have them put a septic tank in their front yard and then make a contribution towards a wet well and pump system? I don't know what that would be, but make a contribution toward it. And at some point in time, we build that and put that whole system in and have it done right.
I appreciate the questions, and if I'm allowed to just jump in and maybe.
Can you introduce yourself?
My name is Scott Archibald, with Sunrise Engineering. I've been working on the master plan, and Councilman Smith, I agree that it needs to be put in at the right size, and we would recommend you put it in at this bore underneath the highway at the 12-inch casing size. Then it could accommodate different sizes throughout the future, and it could be used. It would allow these 4 lots to come on at this time. And if you were to go with some of the recommendations that are in the master plan, if you were to adopt your impact fees and stuff like that, then they would also then be paying for that additional uptrend. The growth would be, because they would be built into your impact fee portion. So the existing residents would be paying additional costs for growth, because this would be in your capital improvement list, will then be paid for through impact fees and so forth like that. And that's how I would propose it to you. Whether you accept that, that's, I guess, your choice. But I would recommend you put 1 in that then could accommodate these lots now, but then also could be this would just be a conduit, then allowing a space to put, different size lines in, or, and then the time needing to put it in. If the plan is adopted and you follow through with the plan, then they would also be paying, as new lots come in, they would be paying for lift station and wet well through their impact fees. So all of those things are rolled in the master plan. So it's kind of like putting the water tank up on the hill with additional capacity for growth, and you charge impact for that additional growth that's up on the hill that they can use because you build a bigger tank for the next 20 years. This is the same kind of concept down here, but just on a wastewater side, you're putting the infrastructure in, or will be putting the infrastructure in the foreseeable future with and charging impact fees to accommodate those costs of those improvements.
How would you handle the sequencing and the timing? I think that's what, am I right?
That's part of it, yeah.
The sequencing, if the city could afford it, put the bore into the proper size, then let the developments put in. And this is a little bit of a several communities that work with don't want to mandate or manage and maintain these little lift stations. So sometimes they kick those back to the developers. Sometimes they take them on. Sometimes they say just because we don't have a regional one in, it's part of those lots, each one of those lots. If those 4 lots get together and they all go down to 1 and then they push up, that could be done. Or each individual could use their own simple one. We would recommend that they would be put in the front yard so it could be easily switched over, and the gravity lines are put in across their frontages. So the gravity line is there. That doesn't have to be built. That's part of their development costs. And then as this moves farther west, everything is extended. The force main lines, the future major force lane is extended. The gravity line is extended west. And then at some point, there would be a time when the larger lift station be put on. These other ones could be abandoned. And then everything would go in the gravity. There would be a switch over from the force main to the gravity line that would go west and then put in the main forward. Does that make sense? So there's a policy that needs to be made, in my opinion, whether or not if they put little lift stations or work together as a community, who's maintaining that and who's operating that lift station. And I haven't read your agreement.
No, some of that comes with what actually gets put in. A grocery store is different than a recreation facility, which is different than
or a doctor's office.
Or doctor's office.
Exactly.
Some of that depends. Now, you would have, I'm trying to understand and help, but the idea is that we'd put a casing that's large enough for the ultimate size. But the pipe that puts in it, the force main that is installed inside it originally, is sized appropriately for what gets built that is there as what's developed. So we have a space, we have a capacity space. They put in, maybe that's a 2-inch line, whatever that might be. Is that okay? So then that's sized based on ERU or whatever, and that forces it back across. But that we won't know until development. So we won't know the size until that. So at that point, we're doing the capacity and the bore. They're installing the force main that needs to be installed for their developments, and that force main will push back. But then as the size goes up, then we upgrade the size of the pipe inside the casing. Is that?
Yeah. I would agree. I would think that the cost of the force main, if it's just 1 lot or 2, would be tied with what building comes in, whatever that is, gas station, supermarket, or dentist office. That would be part of their cost to get the sewer there.
And once the lift station is constructed on the west end, then the developer or the lot owner at the time would then have to convert over from the force main to the gravity fed.
Right.
And at that point, the force main is upsized to handle whatever is needed to handle for the new. So we may change size of pipe in that casing 2 or 3 times. 2 times it there. So we put in a small one, we upgrade once it is developed enough to handle that upgrade. And have you looked at elevations that you would say the elevation of the lift station, that's in the plan, correct?
That's in the master plan. We put a wet well elevation, depth, where that would need to So it can be sewered from the north, all the property to the north and the south and hit that elevation. We've looked at the elevation models and stuff down through there and preliminary laid out a line along your city boundary, kind of stair steps along there, and got that running pretty much along that line. Now development, how they come in, if they're up farther east, should be able to hit it, but the grades are sufficient. But the sewer lines.
At this point, has your plan specified, and I know that our master plan is farther down, but in order to get this resolved, does it specify a proposed route across 165? Or does that need to be in coordination with UDOT? Do they determine some of that, or is that part of the plan?
I basically show it on the north side of that intersection. Your sewer manhole that's existing is on the north side. It doesn't make sense. It's already shallow. It's only a few feet in the ground. You can't extend it to the south any farther. So it makes sense for me or to have that come on the north side of that intersection, going from east to west, back and forth. And then at that point.
So ultimately, the force main has to end on the northeast corner of the intersection. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, it needs to get to the northeast intersection. If the property that's coming in, is it on the south? It could, if it stays in the force main and goes, they're just cutting two roads. Well, they get to cut two roads anyway. Whether you cut or go underneath 1700 south on the west side and then to that manhole, or whether you cut the highway and then cut 1700.
Does that
It doesn't matter.
For your plan? It doesn't matter the direction. That can be decided as we bore or as we get utilities.
Sure. I mean, I think my master plan didn't go in and do a detailed survey of all of the utilities in that intersection. I wasn't part of the scope to know where power, where electrical, where that is. That should be part of where the water line is. That should be part of
diagonals through that intersection.
Okay.
The same route that you're going with the sewer, his water line goes.
That's where I think his engineer should come in and have all of that information. And whether you go this way or this way, I don't think it matters. It's just picking the ultimate best route around all the other utilities that are there. And I didn't think that level of detail is requested in the master plan. I would think the city either needs to hire that if they're putting the casing in, and that could be a development cost as part of the impact fee eligible, or his engineer with his development should look at that as the proposed.
So I'm not saying you should have done it. That's not what I'm asking.
Okay.
What this development agreement says, that it references the wastewater sewer collection master plan for approximate location, which is true. The concern that I have, and this is where I really struggle, is dealing with a secondary line under that highway if we go with a small line. Because it is a congested area under there.
And I agree with you. If you're going to just put a smaller casing just to accommodate these guys, I think that's a bad idea. I wouldn't recommend that. In my mind, you have a casing that's large enough to go in that it accommodate everything. Then their force main line would go inside of that and reach there. That's kind of that's what makes sense to me. So Scott, I've heard three terms used. I've heard casing, I've heard conduit, and I've heard sleeve, but we're all talking about. We're all talking the same. So let's. I apologize. Let's use conduit because that's a term we use when we talk about fiber. So on a conduit for fiber, we can put multiple pipes in a conduit, right? So you're saying build the conduit big enough to accommodate growth. Yes, and then they can put a smaller pipe in it now, and then as whatever happens in the future, it can be upsized, put in.
Now, I think that's the point that I wanted to make. The conduit that goes under the road now ought to be able to accommodate any future growth we would have to deal with on the west side. My second concern is when we have had wet wells in the past, there's some restrictions with, and I'm not sure who it's with. If it's a health, Board of Health, there has to be a method of being able to pump those lift stations with alternate power.
Sure, yeah, lift stations need to have a backup generator, and there's the state division of environmental quality, their division of water quality, their DEQ, Division of Water Quality, has a whole set of rules that a design engineer has to follow to do a lift station.
And whether we put a wet well in that serves all the area, or they put a wet well in, they're going to have some type of wet well. If they're going to bring 3 gravity feed lines into that, that's got to go into a wet well to be able to pump through a force line back up to the highway. The concept is the same.
Sure.
Okay, so somehow they either got to manage that and be able to deal with that in the event of power failures and et cetera, or else the city's got to deal with that. And so that there's some issues there that are not built into this approving the development agreement. That's
Sure.
my point.
And maybe there needs to be some additional language added to them to do that. You know.
All right, I think I've got my questions answered. Thank you, Scott.
I have a couple questions. Scarlett, the property we know has some wetlands issues. I don't know if there's any role the city plays that needs to be mitigated.
That would be the development's responsibility to mitigate.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I assume that Jerry Pickus has worked those issues out. That's up to them. It's not a role or anything we get involved in.
Now, one of the things that's difficult for them as a developer is because the mitigation, the Army Corps wants to know what type of a business or what type of a structure and use is going on there before they will tell you what the mitigation is. And it's hard for them to know what, because when a business comes, they want to know how much is going to have to be mitigated. So it's kind of a chicken and an egg thing. And that's an unfortunate thing they've been struggling with for a couple of years now. But they do recognize that they have to work with the Corps, and that is part of the developer's role to work with the Corps on that wetland mitigation.
Thank you. Any council, any other questions for Scarlett?
Well, I thought I was ready to vote, but Brenda's brought up some interesting points that now I need to resolve in my mind with the clarity of what's required in the plan. Does there need to be additional clarity on the sewer? This leave, I think we're all on the same page with that we build it for future growth. But as far as this development agreement, does there need to be additional clarity?
Well, they're proposing to put in the gravity portion, the gravity line portion that they need for their development, and the force main portion that they need for their development. And if their lots develop prior to the overall area down there developing, then they will put in the individual injection pumps to pump it in. And so pump into the gravity, flow down to the force.
No, pump into the force and go out because the gravity won't have a lift station yet.
Right.
If they do it before the lift station's there.
Because they're putting in mini lift stations, their own little mini lift station, for lack of a better.
I don't think, and now Scott, you help me here, and maybe I'm wrong, but each individual lot cannot pump into a force line going out of there.
You can make that work if you want.
With
that
check
way.
valves.
Yeah, with check valve stuff, or you can, if, it's really hard to say how much weights are coming, or if they're just smaller, they could all have an individual small line and go, but. I
Small
just don't know.
connection to that line. There's not multiple bores. You're not talking about that.
Right, not multiple. They would all come together and go through. They could do that way, or they could come together and you could have one force main of a little bit larger, and they all, have 2 or 3 coming into it. But you'd have to have check valves and stuff like that, so it can't push back.
That's all down on their side.
I understand that, but I don't want to get down the road and say, oh, it didn't work. because backflow or backwater valves do not work. Toilet paper and stuff gets hung up in those valves, and when you pump, it goes the other way.
Let me just give you a little example where this happens all the time. There's a sewer district called the Fish Haven Sewer District, just over the hill by Bear Lake. It's actually in Idaho though. And they pump from the Idaho border, Utah-Idaho border. And many of those cabins and developments that are on the West Hills there, they come down to it, several lift stations. But they have one pump station that goes all the way past St. Charles and comes into some lagoons. Okay. And as new developments come in there, they tie into there and they know the pressure of that line, and then their pump has to be set a little bit higher than that. They have check valves so that things don't back into their system. And could one of those fail? Yes, they have to deal with it. But that's from the Utah-Idaho border all the way probably 3 or 4 miles to St. Charles, past St. Charles, is a system that is collecting multiple pumps, multiple systems, and pumping into them. Into the same force main. They have one force main and multiple pumps and checking into that. So, I mean, it can be done. Does it need to be engineered right? Yes.
Well, it can be done. I'm okay with it. It's just I didn't know it could be done. I
Yeah.
thought it had to go into a wet well and be pumped from a wet well.
Well, they would come to a wet well and their pumps, whether they're
Right.
individual, and then it would go into
In the
force main.
house wet well, individual grinder pumps.
And I would recommend that is not put in their house. I recommend that that's put out, do a normal service, gravity 4-inch service out to a little wet well out in their front yard. So when they do the switch over, you're not, either, I guess it could happen also in, but they need to put a gravity line in and stuff like that also. That's what I would recommend.
The point is, though, the development agreement allows for those specifications to be worked out later by the developer, and the city will have an opportunity to weigh in on those plans, right? What we're talking about here is the sleeve and the capacity. And the development agreement is necessarily vague because we don't know those things, but it doesn't relinquish our right to go ahead and influence those decisions later.
We okay? All right. We need a motion.
I move that we approve, give me a number, you've got it.
Item number 6,
Item number 6, but I need the,
027-2021.
you should make the motion, but no. I can't read, I have my glasses on, it's too small.
027-2020.
I move that we approve resolution 027-2021 development and public improvement installation agreement.
All right, do I have a second?
Second.
They call for a vote? All in favor?
I
Unanimous. Thank you.
I'm a nay.
You're a nay.
I am, till we get more detail. I'm sorry.
All right. Measure passes 3-4. We have a nay from council members. 3-1 is it? All right. All right, let's move on. Thank you, Jerry, for being here. Thank you, Ken. Thank you for your insights, Scott. Appreciate it. Help the council understand this and get past it. Most of us anyway. Item number 7, resolution 023-2021 development public improvement installation agreement. We've got an exhibit here. This is the agreement. Providence City Council will consider, may take action on a resolution approving the development and public improvement installation agreement for Providence Gateway Subdivision Phase N, a single-family attached townhome development containing 6 residential buildings with a combined total of 38 dwelling units located in the general area of 60 North Gateway Drive. Council, you probably remember that we discussed this during the April council meeting, and we all agreed we would continue this pending the staff looking into some issues having to do with design standards. Brian, you want to give us your?
I'll give a little, and if somebody else wants to give any more, they certainly can. We met with Visionary on a few multiple options. We have talked about this one. This is the development north of the townhouses that's being developed down here. there was a bit of confusion in the process of changing the exterior surface. We've worked with them. They and I don't know that I want to commit, but we have worked and said that those that are unoccupied for the gateway townhouses, that they would put the rock and brick on the front of those, and have done that. And these in this development, which is a different development, although sometimes it reads as because it's phase N, it can be interpreted as a portion of that one. And I think has been some progress on that one. But at this point, they will put in the rock and brick on the surfaces of those multi-family housing. We visited with them and clarified in the vineyard that isn't part of this development nor attached. We did visit with them as we were working through facade discussions, and they've agreed that they would put the brick or rock on facade on the multifamily there that hasn't been, and we are discussing the residentials. They were going to do a little homework on the residentials and see where we're at, because in the residential becomes a little bit more complicated because of another party involved, because now we not only have the developer and the city, but we also have a homeowner. That can happen in townhouse as well, but a single family, they generally pick a lot of that facade surface. We have had one submit in the conditional use process in that same development that was a different facade, and we have sent that facade to planning and zoning for approval, which would be the proper approval to approve changes in the facade standard. So at this point, I think there's been progress and a good working relationship to have paths forward. And we're still working to make that path. But as far as this development, if I'm not misspeaking, I believe that this development is prepared for the council's approval.
Correct. And one thing that's different about this development, it started out as Providence Gateway North. This development actually is separate. It had its own on Providence Gateway. It had a concept, a preliminary plat, and then it's going through several final plats, a final plat for each stage. But concept and preliminary plat was all approved at one all together, and that was for the townhomes that are being constructed, or the townhomes and the single family. No, that's just townhomes. The townhomes that have been constructed and the condominiums that are being constructed now, and the clubhouse. That was all one subdivision. This Gateway North was not at all a part of that. They didn't even own the property when any of those approvals took place. This Gateway North had its own independent concept plan, had its own independent zoning, has its own independent preliminary plat. So they may be calling it phase N so that they can incorporate it at some point with the HOA, and we can get our nice trail and things like that. But from a subdivision approval process, it's a completely separate development from the original Gateway just to the south of it.
All you got?
Did I need more?
No, you did a great job. I'm Dallas Nickel. I'm a visionary. It's been a while since I've been here. It's good to see everybody, some new faces. No, Ryan hit it right on. We've had several good meetings with staff. I don't want to put words in his mouth, but I agree with him that there was some confusion on our part. I think there was some confusion on the city's part, maybe. I don't want to put words in your mouth, Ryan, but we've identified, I think, where the breakdown has happened. And we have committed to move forward, and everything that's not doesn't have a facade on it today will have that 30% rock. We've got the elevations drafted, so the future building permits will all come in with that. So I hope that that's good faith showing that there was some confusion, but let's move past it and let's do it right moving forward. So open it up to you guys. I doubt that's gonna satisfy everything you on your mind, but let's open this up.
So why don't I do a couple of things? First of all, I've got printed out a copy of the code. First applies to the vineyard development on Spring Creek Parkway. And that's zone life cycle. And this is Title 10, Chapter 4, Section 6. There's item G, development standards. It says all projects developed under the life cycle zone shall be developed and landscaped in accordance with Providence City multifamily design standards. That's everything, condos, townhouses, single family.
That's
homes.
correct.
All right, so clear on that. The design standards for multifamily has 3 sentences that apply. Minimum 30% of the front facade, brick, rock, stone, real or synthetic or other masonry materials. When I Google masonry materials, it does not mention stucco. So I want to make sure that didn't also cover stucco. Then it says fiber cement projects such as hardy or similar boards. It says may be approved. Place of brick or stone. I don't think we went through the may approve part, did we, Scarlett? And then the third sentence says the remaining 70% stucco, brick, or combination thereof, use of aluminum, vinyl siding prohibited. That's part of the code.
That's where the confusion came in, is on the may approve. There was some conflicting information on what was actually being approved. The pictures showed one thing, the actual elevation showed another, and it just wasn't clear enough to know what, if you're looking at it, you're gonna, when push comes to shove, you have to go on the written, and the written didn't match the pictures. The written didn't match. The written still showed the stone and the brick. So that's where the confusion came, is that I think they honestly thought they were giving us what they needed for the planning commission to see a different design, but that's not what the planning commission saw. So that's where we're at, and that's why they graciously looked at it, and we talked quite a bit, and they are going to do the new facades on those that have not been sold. Once we have people that are living in there to go in and change, particularly when it's an ownership thing and not an apartment, that's a little tricky. So that's why we move forward with what's yet to have facade put on it instead of trying to retrofit existing.
How many are completed and how many are sold right now?
In which project?
In the vineyard project.
And can I just say one thing to the mayor's remarks here? As we've talked with staff and Chad was involved in those, our attorney was involved in those, we're trying to keep, I'm happy to discuss all this stuff, but I really do want to make sure we all understand the scope of the conversation is for Prov Gateway North or Phase N. But I'm happy to have this discussion, understanding that it is a distinct, separate project. So everything in the condo building, there's 10 units in that. Those are all sold. All of the townhomes are sold, and all of the single family are sold, other than I think in phases 1 and 2, I think there's 31 single families, and I believe 28 of those are sold.
What if they're sold?
Now Dallas bounced back to vineyard.
Yeah,
When he was
I'm-
talking about single family.
My question was about.
Okay.
That's why I brought up my other comment, but
Well, because I view Gateway North like we're catching it now. We can fix it ahead of time. Vineyards in, I'm hearing from you say your commitment is to go ahead and put those facades on all unoccupied or unsold units. That's what I'm trying to figure out.
well, and this is where it is the single families at Vineyard. I understand it's a concern. It's gray, it's fuzzy, because we are under contract for this building that looks just like this.
Yeah.
So we're looking into that legally. This guy optioned the farmhouse. If he options a farmhouse and it doesn't have stone on it, well, we've agreed to that contract. We've submitted. He's got a building permit, and it's right to that point of siting. Can we go back to him and say, just kidding, we're changing that? That is a point that we're trying to clarify right now. I don't have a great answer on that, but I'm happy to keep working with council and staff on vineyard, single family specifically. On how that's gonna work. You know, we did of the remaining 3 or 4 units in phases 1 and 2, and then 6 single family in phase 3. I've made it very clear to our side, the visionary internal, that guys, this 30% stone is set in stone. So that's clear for everything moving forward. But the stuff that's sold but not yet faced with exterior, it is, I don't have a great answer for you on that.
And that's the homework I referenced that they're working on. So they do have homework. We visited with them and they have that. And we're trying to find out that homework and get it
And
as best
just,
we can.
and Scarlett referenced, you know, just today there was a building permit that came in. She didn't feel like it met standards, and so she put the brakes on it. And we understood that would happen. I was a little bit surprised that the building permit showed up actually.
So could part of the homework be ask the buyer, say, hey, you know, we missed a step. You mind if we put stone on it? They might say, cool, stone, wow, that'd be great.
Yeah, that's certainly an option. Certainly an option.
Back to the question, was the stone on there? This predates all of us, I think. Was the stone in the code to provide some unity between design standards within the zone? Was that the idea, as well as, I don't know, Brian, you can't speak to that.
I can't speak to that. I'm sorry.
I'm asking why we're debating the stone too. You know, I mean, if it looks great either way, I'm just wondering what the intent was.
Yeah.
Well, the only one on the council,
Maybe you,
design
Mayor.
standards, Scarlett.
Scarlett
was here. And it came about because we had a developer that wanted to develop the 2 acres on right across from Zollinger Park, First North, 200 West. And we had neighbors complain, you know, and say, somebody's developer's going to come in and just put in a junky exterior, cheap vinyl, cheap aluminum, cheap. He said, okay. And we listened to what the neighbors said. And so we said, you know, you guys don't even have any design standards. So we came up with design standards. But it was just to improve the exterior so that we had multifamily development that had a quality look, feel to it. And something that would last. And I mean, we heard people say 10, 20 years down the road, everybody knows that multifamily developments, because they're built so cheaply, are going to fall apart. So, I mean, that was a genesis for developing the design standard. So we wanted something quality, we wanted something that looked nice, and that was the whole intent.
Well, and I think the farmhouse single family look great. I think it's the stucco ones that
Yeah, and
bring concern.
we all know what stucco ones we're talking about. And
So,
I don't know what
but
to say
the
about that. That
farmhouse
was-
ones, I mean, they
Yeah,
look
it's a
good.
popular
They're
style, and
cool.
so-
They're cool.
Yeah, everybody wants a farmhouse right now, right?
Yeah.
Um, So that's the one item I don't have a great answer for. The other towns and condos were committed to, we're gonna have a 30% stone.
And now you're referring to Northgate.
Now you're talking about both. I'm talking about future vineyard.
Future vineyard.
Phase 3 of vineyard, there are 4 condo buildings there, and I believe there's 5 townhome buildings.
And you guys have approved in phase.
Phase 3 is final plat approved.
Final plat approved.
We'll soon be applying for building permits there. And then future, we have 10 condo buildings approved at Providence Gateway. 2 of them, I should say, 3 of them are faced and occupied. There's 1 that is built, soon to be faced, and that one will have stone on it. And then the remaining 6 condo buildings will have stone on it.
I mean, I'm excited to see them. I've driven by some really nice multifamily projects in the Hiram and in North Logan area, down by really attractive places. I just hope ours look as attractive.
I do too.
So, yeah, I do too. Yeah.
Given the fact that we have had a failure in the past to comply with what was set forth, how are we assured in phase N that we will have this set forth as we are talking about? I mean, so far I've heard we will.
We will.
What about contract
Guarantees.
Yeah.
Well, so Scarlett and I have talked through that. She's gonna hold our feet to the fire, and one of the things she's gonna require is that when we bring a building permit in, it is accompanied by the approved elevation that the planning commission has already approved. Scarlett will easily be able to see, here's what was approved. Yes, your plans match. we're good to go.
Are you the project manager?
I am not. John Harrop back here is the
You're the
project manager.
Okay, so we've had a failure in the past to comply with the ordinance of the city. I'd hate to see all that burden dumped on Scarlett. How are you going to make sure that when you bring a building permit in, that you have met the requirements of the city? That's your responsibility.
Part of that, Brand, is why we're asking them to do their homework on the application and get the original, have the original approvals, the elevations and the color renderings that come in with that packet. So they've got to get the originals for us. Then they know, as Dallas and I had a discussion today, he didn't realize that the elevation they presented today was not one of the original vineyard elevations that was presented. So I sent him those again. We have worked through that. We are going to do it. It won't be me by myself. April and Diane, we're going to make sure that we get more involved in making sure that we have the originals. We know what we're looking for and they know what they need to bring in. So that's kind of how we're going to do it. We're going to have a set of the originals right there in the vineyard folder so that when they come in, we can say, okay, this is whatever name they call their original patterns. And then we can see that they've given us the same pattern.
That's what I'm looking for, just to make sure that it happens. Because apparently, to solve this problem.
I think that's a perfect resolution for what might have slipped on the city side. And what might have slipped on our side was a changeover of project managers. I've been a project manager since conception. And I promise I'll push through to the development what's been initiated from the beginning.
Just to make that clear, he's talking about the conception of Providence Gateway North.
Right.
John wasn't
Yeah.
here for Vineyard and John wasn't here
I
for
apologize.
the original
We are kind of
Providence
off across
Gateway.
the board.
Yeah, we're only talking about.
Yeah.
And what we're doing.
Right.
Correct.
Yeah, the other issue's got to be resolved as much as you can.
Right.
North, we want to make sure going forward, we don't have this discussion a year from now, what happened?
Correct.
Thank you.
I'm ready to go.
Council, anything else? I think Christina is.
Yeah, Christina would grill ya.
Oh, I know.
But-
Well, I have,
I'll speak on behalf of Christina.
Go on.
and just say,
Oh, Dallas.
no, because Dallas and I go back.
I
you
don't
know,
think
and
that's
we-
fair.
history-
You're not
no, I'm
Christina. She's
not
not.
Christina. But you know, that I there are residents who've been watching what Visionary's been doing in Providence. That's what I'll reinforce, because they said a year and a half ago that they didn't like where you guys were going. So they're watching to see what you do to decide whether or not they're going to let you develop more land
Sure.
in Providence. You know that.
What- Yeah.
So that's why it makes sense, I think, to go ahead and make it right, because they're watching it.
100%. I have met with Christina, and we discussed
Oh,
this, and yeah. The black eye's worn off now. No, I've met with Christina. We're well aware of that, Josh. Yeah. There's a referendum that's
Coming up.
becoming more and more on our mind. So that's not lost on us. And I hope that everybody's, the landscaping's going in. We put in a lot of money into a nice fence. I think it's turned out great. We have really good feedback from people that are living there.
What about the neighbors?
Neighbors. Which
Well, the
direction?
people that showed up at the council meeting and said, we don't want to see any high density development
No, I haven't heard from them.
surrounding area. We heard it.
They're
for a
quiet
long-
until the referendum.
Right, so,
Yeah, they will
They'll
speak
come
with their
out.
vote, right?
You might want to throw a block party and feed them.
so
Show them how
So-
great it is. Meet their neighbors. They're
Duly
great
noted.
neighbors.
So
Duly
Dallas,
noted.
one thing that Jeff Jackson said, is they were gonna have a welcome center of some kind there to showcase the entire development, including the other two parcels,
Uh-huh.
this summer, prior to the referendum. So the neighbors in the area, the other residents of Providence could see what Visionary's plan is for developing the remainder. That's the subject of the referendum. So What's your understanding of
That is
What's coming?
still the plan. We have been cracking the whip on landscapers, fence guys wanted to tell us that.
I don't mean the development. He said, I'm gonna have
Yeah,
a facility. We invite people.
you mean like build a building?
I don't know if it was a building, an
Well, if
existing
he committed
home.
to that, then we're in trouble. But as far as what buildings that are there, as far as the, the space that's there, we're certainly planning on having some sort of community event. Once we feel like, hey, this sector's presentable, let's get everybody out here.
Landscaping.
Yep, that's really the key is let's get construction cleaned up.
Invite the neighbors.
Let's get the neighbors there. Everybody's there. You guys are invited. We'll make sure everybody's well aware that there's an event happening. So
Council? Ready to vote? Need a motion?
I'll make a motion
Council members, staff, it is.
to approve resolution 023-2021, which should be phase N, is that correct? Of the Gateway North subdivision, is that adequate?
Yes. Not a second.
Second. I think I've seconded everything.
you're good at it.
Second from Councilmember Kerr. Further discussion, questions, comments, questions of John or John, Charlotte? Ryan, no? All right, call for vote, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any nays?
Thank you.
Thanks, Don.
4-0. Thank you. We'll move on to item number 8, resolution 030-2021. Dew tank construction noise variance permit. We have an exhibit here. Providence City Council will consider and may take action on a resolution granting a noise variance permit. JUB and Spindler Corporation, who are doing the construction for the dew tank, would like to start working as early as 4 a.m. in the morning on the days they will be pouring concrete, requesting a noise variance permit for the entirety of the summer. Expected affected areas include Sherwood Drive, Abbey Lane, and Maple Hollow. Still going to call it the dew tank.
So I was wondering. Or you call it the Drew tank?
Not a park.
We don't generally name it of a sitting, so we could change it after January.
Memorial Drew tank. I thought it was for the morning view. It's up there on the nice mountainside. I was wrong. My name's Derek Kimball. I'm with JV Engineers. So I'm working for you, with Ryan, and doing the inspection on the tank on behalf of the city. The contractor, is he in on the Zoom call?
He was before. He said he had something at. He was before. He said he had something at 7 o'clock and was coming back on when it would come, when his appointment at 7 was, and I don't know how long that was. So you may take the whippings or you may throw them under the bus. I suppose it's up to you.
I can explain what they're trying to accomplish. Well, on the water tank, when they're pouring the large concrete pours, that, for instance, yesterday they poured 330 yards, started at about 4:30 in the morning, finished about 1. Those pardon? Received, yeah. So they had notified neighbors that they were going to be up there making noise. Biggest thing is they need to pour those in the night because the sun and the daylight and the heat and the wind is the big enemy on those big slabs. Now, the nice thing about this tank is it's the way it's built. Floor is all one piece. The walls will be poured as one piece and the roof is poured as one piece. Normally a tank, we may pour the floor in 4 pieces, the wall in 5 or 6 pieces, and the roof in 4 pieces. So we're looking at 3 pours versus, 8, 10, 12 pours. The reason they're asking for the entire summer is because they don't know when they're going to get concrete. You're all aware of concrete powder shortages. The intent was to pour the floor tomorrow, but the concrete supplier called and says, we can get you powder Tuesday. So that's why they went Tuesday. Now, the walls, they'll be ready to pour probably in about another 2 weeks, but they don't know when they'll get concrete. So it's hard for them to give an exact date.
And then the roof will probably be a month or so after that, because it takes a while to put all the shoring up under that roof. So they're looking at 2 more late night pours. Now the columns inside the tank, those will go quick. I would imagine they may do those in the day. They haven't told me when they would do those. But the problem we've got is if you do a large pour like that during the day, it's the heat and the wind that'll get you. And if you lose that slab, then we're tearing it all back out and starting over. So you'll see the big concrete pours like a Home Depot or something like that. They do it at night for that reason. But that's the number one reason they're asking for a variance through the summer. It's just they don't know what day they're going to pour. But they're not going to be multiple pours. Two more overnight pours.
And then the columns.
Columns, I would anticipate possibly during the day, because there's only, 12, 16 columns.
2 more that will likely disturb it.
Yeah, it'll disturb the neighbors.
They're actually hoping for a couple more than that. I met with them for quite a while today, and we discussed the noise, all the different complaints that we got. And we discussed the fact that the way they were asking for kind of a blanket summer schedule to accomplish their late night pours comes off a little bit too much. It almost looks like a blank check. And we don't want them to be able to abuse the nice factors of letting them have a variance to our ordinance for these particular pours. Now, I got the vibe that it was more like 4 or 5 likely more pours. And they could break up the walls if they want 2 or 3 times so that the 4 a.m. scenario will work. They're really asking for one guarantee because there's really no way around the cap. The cap is going to be a lot bigger and heavier and more concrete nightmare for them because this floor was very, very difficult for them. And it almost got away from them because the sun came up and it really caused them some end of the day struggles. And they were wiped out doing that much mud that fast. So they're looking for a 2 a.m. variance to our ordinance for the cap, which will actually be their very last pour. So their last hoorah would be one nightmare cap. And so the cap is like, I think 100 cubic yards more than the pour. And so it's going to be tough, and it's going to be July. And we definitely don't want flaws in that cap. That's all I got to say is the important factor of this cap can be more pressing to everybody in Providence. They're all going to benefit from this cap not failing.
Yeah, we don't want
to. It's kind of a special item. There's not other structures that get done like this. Other cities go through the exact same thing all over the valley. And it's not uncommon whatsoever to grant a reservoir because of its special nature to pardon people's sleep for those few pours. Now, granted, a lot of concrete tanks get built regular construction, not close tension stuff, which is why ours has to be 1C report. Because when you pull that, you can't have that. It's just a different design. And so in that aspect, there's really not a way around the 400 cubic yards at once factor. And when we get into July, there's something that we have inconveniency on, unfortunately. We could definitely try to maybe get them to start at 9 p.m. or something. I don't know what other options there really are, but it's
once we start, they go.
Yeah, and so.
Now, I'm glad Rob clarified there too, that the contractor is looking at ways to mitigate. And if they break up the wall into separate pours, they may be able to accommodate the 6 a.m. schedule. But then there'll be multiple pours it'll be during the day, but the trucks will be going up the road. That may or may not affect the residents. So maybe they just want to pull the Band-Aid off and just get her done. But the roof, it just has to go in one pour. On a tank like this, I'm used to minimum 2, usually 4 on a roof. So on a normal rebar type tank. But yeah, it's unfortunate the contractor couldn't get on because they're the ones requesting the variance and the allowance to pour late at night. But they have no intention of just willy-nilly pouring late at night.
That's kind of what I recommended, that they reword their request so that it's more or less a request of quantity of days.
A certain date, how many number of days?
We get that they don't know which day, but if they have 5, 4, or 6, or whatever pours you're willing to, have the residents suffer for some of their sleep.
And well, in a notification period, I mean, I get that this happened, but I hate that, you know, we broke the variance and then we're talking about it afterwards, that it happened.
They did notify.
Yeah, they put out.
And I think they just need to realize how much further across.
Well, they notified, but the variance doesn't allow what they did, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, so the variance was violent,
And I don't think they notified far enough. I think the sound traveled further than they notified.
Yeah. I didn't get any notification. Matt didn't call me about it down here, so that was good.
Yeah, that was
Can we
good.
relocate the pickleball sound fence up there and prevent some of that noise? Yeah, I mean, it's movable. I'll tell you what, if Matt's okay with it, I'm okay with it.
Well, you drove past my house and I didn't like that, so.
So is it the trucks? What is the nature of the noise?
It's the truck up the hill. It drops in this low gear and it like grinds up the hill
Grinds it all the way
in
up
front
to
of
the
my
street.
house.
Oh,
But that just speaks
yeah.
to the nature of my fatigue, really. because I go up Center Street.
I like the idea of starting at 9.
How many
So
people?
that no one
I didn't get any
has any-
complaints. I'd be curious who complained, who got complaints, what did they say?
The Wimmers, right? It's right as the grade goes up Center Street. So if you drive up Center,
Or the
you have a
downshift?
hill and then it kind of turns and then there's another big push like straight up to my driveway.
Yeah, I spoke with Ryan today, and he
But-
kind of summarized the complaints, and we were really concerned about the backup alarms. And then when the cement truck runs out of concrete, he'll honk his horn once, so the pump truck stops pumping. And it doesn't sound like there were backup alarm complaints or horn complaints, it was the
Those are
trucks climbing
those are the complaints I thought we would get. Those are not, the complaints we got were light because even Christina said she could see the light in her windows over on Cove Street.
Well, we actually changed the lighting probably an hour in, and from here on out, we'll definitely.
Because that could be solved.
Just playing like an ice cream truck noise as you go up the hill. And people are like, oh, it's great.
For you.
Run out there.
That takes all the kids.
The other one was really the noise from the truck and going up that hill. So the thought was is maybe send them up Spring Creek Parkway because its hill isn't as high of a slope and there's less houses, so it's potential, but then it still is an effect. I mean, there's still noise that's
So
gonna come.
It sounds like we won't have an option because it has to be constructed consensually. We have to do this. I don't like the blank check idea. I like Rob's idea of saying you specify a number of days, we'll do it, and you notify the residents with X amount of notice ahead of time, with crumble cookies on their doorstep, and then.
Or a good
So it's
solid
an approach.
explanation, like not just this is happening, but
Yes.
maybe a paragraph about why it has to happen.
Can I make a proposal? I think we ought to put in the better thing out here. It tells us what we're doing, what's going on. And I think when you make your next pour, we ought to set out some Relief Society notice, a little A-frames along the side of Center Street in there. Lets the town know you're gonna be pouring Thursday. That's, starting at 4 a.m. or something, so people can see it. Now, I live on Center Street. What?
Carol's on now.
Carol's on. Is he on their screen?
No.
I live on Center Street. My wife doesn't sleep very much. I said to her, did you hear the cement trucks go up? She said, no, I didn't pay any attention to them. And she says, I didn't even know them. And the windows are open. I never woke up through it. And so I think that people have to be tolerant of what we're doing and understand for a period of time. I mentioned this to Rob when I was up on site today. I don't feel we ought to give you a blank check, but I think we isolate the time as much as you can find out ahead of time and put up some notifications and up in the area, put out some door hangers if necessary. But I really think we need to help the people be tolerant of what's going on right now. You can't fly that concrete in. It's got to come in trucks. It's got to be pumped. It's going to make some noise. And for that short a period of time, they have to be tolerant and deal with it. That's my opinion.
Yeah, it's a community project.
The contractor is on. So what's that? Build a pipeline?
No.
Yeah, I'm concrete.
What?
Pump it.
Concrete pipeline. Get that worked out.
Yeah, the par law.
We'll put it on the pipeline. Thank you.
We have a notification system. Could we just send that out? I mean, like we do when there's a water break, right? The water's gonna be turned off in this area.
Residents, maybe.
And I think we can send it location wise. Our issue with this last one is one, we told them that staff cannot approve. We told them that risk was on them. We told you, we made that clear. We were not going to support that violation by us notifying. If you approve, we will put the full force of the city's stuff behind saying, hey, yeah, we'll advertise through the pipeline, through our social media. But we were in a little bit of a pickle that they put us in and said, hey, you know, we've got to take what we've got to construct. And we're saying, but you take all risk. This is all on you because the council has not approved. They didn't. We let them know that. And they, at that point, said, this is the time window we have to be able to do it. They felt like they were in a rock and a hard spot and chose their option. But I agree with you. So from ours, they put us in a between a rock and a hard spot because we're saying we can't violate what you have allowed, and you hadn't allowed that. So for us to advertise that it's going to happen is not something we said, hey, you've got to go on. And I think they underestimated, and so did we, underestimated how far that effect was at. I think we all underestimated that.
I'm willing to approve up to five pours. I'd like the residents affected to have 48 hours notice before the pour. I think that's reasonable. They're getting that much time at least before the concrete gets there. I love Brent's idea of sandwich boards on the hill. And I'd like to see them. I'd like to see them do some preventative communication to those residents in terms of a mailer at their door that first and foremost apologizes for the first instance and explains what we're doing for the second ones and the plan. I'd like the city staff to approve that message that goes out so they can see that and we can be behind them. I'm not going to shift the heat from them to me unless I kind of can shape the message, and then I'm willing to stand with them. But right now it's on them until they do something different. So that's how I feel about it for the variance.
I trust the staff to go ahead and come up with a message that
Work good.
Yeah. Does Daryl have anything to say? Daryl's on the Zoom right now.
I have a
He's the
question for
contractor.
Daryl. Do they really need 5? How many do they absolutely need? I understand the roof, and I feel like it sounds critical, and you know, however early they need to start so that they don't get in trouble at the end. I understand that with the roof, but do you really have to have others?
He's still muted. Can you hear us, Daryl?
Yeah, I'm in and out I'm traveling. I'm going to be to Wi-Fi spot here in just a second. I don't know if you can hear me. Give me just 60 seconds and I'll be to where I can have Wi-Fi and I can hear a little better. I'm just traveling. I'm almost home. So can you hear me okay?
We can hear you.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you. Can you hear us?
Yeah, give me just 30 seconds here. I'm almost to a reliable spot. I'm just not on Wi-Fi, so it's kind of cutting in and out. So just give me just a second here.
On this application, it says at 4 a.m., but Rob's saying they need to start at 2 a.m. So are we gonna have to make another approval come July that says 2 a.m.'s a go? Because
Or does it
as this stands, it says 4 a.m.
right?
And I don't want them to start at 4 a.m. for all the pours, but I mean, the roof obviously is
one
more critical.
pour,
Right, but
even
if we
if they
approve
started-
this for the whole summer and it says at 4, they'll be in violation if they start at 2.
Right, exactly. They need
That's
whatever
my
they need that
understanding.
one pour. Let's get that right this time.
And I think we would amend this to what it needed to be for what you will approve. You would take and have an amended or you'd have a motion to amend this resolution, including what items Josh mentioned or what you'd mentioned. You'd make those and amend that. And then if you were to so adopt, then you would adopt the amended resolution.
Yeah, floor's done now. Now that one's done. Now it's the walls.
It passed inspection. It turned out okay, even though the end was dicey.
Yep. Yeah, so as Ryan mentioned, VSL, who's the structural engineer on the tank, they've been on site every day because they'll actually pull the cables tight. But there was discussions back and forth amongst their group this morning, their inspectors, and they said, yeah, everything looks good. They've got to do a little patching in the surface of the concrete, but they have no concern over any structural issues. So
It's amazing. They can pour that much concrete.
I'll tell you what, those.
I
they
saw it on
started
my
out with-
hike the other day, looked down, just holy cow.
Yeah, they started out with 10 guys out there and then they brought in more guys and more guys. And I'll tell you, by the end of the day, 330 yards. I mean, you're talking 33 cement trucks. Well, probably about 36 because they won't load them to 10 yards anymore. Those guys were dead. Call the meat wagon. Because he got service yet. But they've been thinking about it more and they feel more comfortable on that roof if they started it too, just because they're going to be right in the middle of July.
He's coming back.
How many hours will it take them?
Well, they started at 4:30 yesterday and they
I've
finished
got
about 1. So it'll probably take probably another couple hours. They're talking another almost 100 yards. It's a good,
I think he's on now.
yeah, they'll usually run 9 to 10, 9 on a truck.
Is it better if they run all night that night? Is it better if they start at 9 or 10 p.m.?
He's on.
He's on, I believe he's on.
We're on the 4th of July and the 24th of July. We have to stay. Anyway.
There you go.
What's that?
In the midst of fireworks, nobody will hear anything.
So Councilwoman Kirk had a question. If you would want to start even earlier on that roof pour rather than 2 a.m.
If you'll speak into the mic, it'll be
Start the night
better.
before. I'm talking to the computer. I'm sorry. Did you hear that at all, Daryl?
Yeah, just one of you talk at a time. When you both talk, I can't hear anything.
Yeah,
So yeah,
I apologize. She was
Yeah,
asking if you may want to start earlier on
Yes.
that roof pour, earlier than 2, even start the night before.
oh no, I think the earliest we would want to start is 2 o'clock in the morning. So yeah, that's just going to be for the roof. The 2 o'clock, can you guys hear me okay? The 2 o'clock is just for the roof only. We've got 400 yards that we've got to pour. And we really have no option. We started this time, the floor was 300 yards and we started at 4. And it was too late. We really needed to start at 2 this time, but so the roof, we have no option. We will have to start at 2 o'clock in the morning. It's 400 yards. The problem, part of the problem is the temperatures. We're May right now. When we do the roof, we're going to be July. So it's going to be even more important that we pour at 2 o'clock in the morning. There's just no other way around it. Now, on the, I think you guys have been kind of talking about this. I apologize if I'm rehashing something, but there might have been some concern with the council about what they're calling an open check or just kind of the whole summer. So if that's the issue, we can narrow that down. Really, the 2 o'clock is just one time when we do the roof. The other times, there is a chance we could do the walls in 2 or 3 pours. And if we do that, we could start at 5 or 6. 6 is your normal authorized time. But if we split up the wall pours, we could start, like I said, 5 or 6. And then when we do the columns, those will be split up into probably 3 pours and we'll just start at 6 for those. So just depending on how you guys want us to proceed or what you're willing to give to us, it could just be one day that we do the roof that we need really early. The other times we could maybe get away with 6, but if you want to give us a couple of days where we could do a 4 o'clock, when we do those walls, that would help us out. Just depends on how much you want to give us, but we're not talking very many days. I don't need the whole summer. We had talked about that and opened that up just because there's a powder shortage right now, and I don't know when I'm going to get concrete. And so if anybody asks for, 3 or 4 days, well, what are those days exactly? I can't tell you right now. I can tell you a few days ahead of time. Like this time we gave the neighbors there 4 days notice, and we talked to some of them personally. But anyway, depending on how you want to proceed or what you're willing to give us or whatever, it's only going to be a few days. It's not all the time. It's not every day. Like I said, it could be maybe 2 or 3 times when we pour the walls, and then one time definitely at 2 o'clock when we do the roof. Other than that, we'll just stick to the 6 o'clock that's already authorized. So anyway, with concrete and with the temperatures, I'm sorry, we just have no option on the roof.
So could we say that we'll allow it 3 times? And we don't say the specific dates, 3 times starting as early as 5 a.m. and then 1 time starting as early as 2 a.m. But Josh also talked about messaging, and you can listen to that in the recording, but just wanting letter to go out to close neighbors and then all the way up Center Street and people that are affected by the sound of the trucks coming up the road.
So you're saying 3 times at 4 o'clock and 1 time at 2 o'clock? Is that what you said?
That's what I said. Although the math doesn't figure for me at 2 o'clock. I still think you need to start earlier.
Yeah, that was the question she was asking, Daryl, is if 2 o'clock was early enough, or if you wanted to start at midnight or 10 o'clock the night before and work all the way through the night.
Well, if you want to give us that authorization, then we can pick what time we want to work. I mean, that's fine. If you want to give us a day, 1 day that we do that, then we can kind of pick what time suits us best. That's fine.
I just don't want failure.
I'd also rather
Failure.
authorize it now rather than, we meet once a month. So we're going to be in the spot again of, if they need to change that.
Yeah, I don't want to have to go
Authorize it now
through this and go through this again. If you want to give us 1 day that's just kind of open from, 10 o'clock PM to, all work all night or whatever, that's up to you guys. That's fine. I think we'll probably stick to the 2 o'clock, but if you want to do that, that's fine. It's just that 1 day when we do the lid. The other days, if you want to give us even, I don't know if we'll need them all, but maybe give us 4 times at 4 o'clock and give us, 1 day from 12 o'clock midnight on or something. That'd be fine.
On the call, we had some good discussion about the critical nature of getting that roof done before we get into the heat of the day. So
Correct.
that's why they've considered, the option of a possible all-nighter, because
That'd be great. Yeah, that'd be great.
I don't want to lose that project.
Correct. Yeah, give us 1 all-nighter and then 4 at 4 a.m. I think that'd be fine.
3 times at 4 a.m. So 4 total, 1 for the roof, 3 other times.
I mean, we can say that's fine. I don't know. I just don't know how many pours we're going to need. I mean, okay, that's fine if we want to call it 3. I'm just saying if we need to pour some of those columns a little bit earlier and we have 2 pours, I don't know how many pours we're going to have. So I don't know. I mean, if you can give me 4, great. If you can give me 3, great. I'm just saying 4 because we might need more for the walls and more for the columns. So why we're talking about it.
The column starting at 6, right?
Sorry, what was that?
You can do the columns starting at 6. You don't have to start early for them.
I think, excuse me, I think so, but stuff, stuff changes. So I don't know. Depends on the weather, depends on the temperature, depends on when we have to get it done, depends on when we can get mud. Yeah, right now I think we're planning on doing it starting at 6, but if we can get 4 days from you, we might not even need 1, but if you want to go 3, just give us 3 then. That's fine.
I think the walls are gonna be a function of the number of forms that you have. Do you have adequate forms? Or what percentage of the pour can you make it one set in using your
We
form?
could pour the walls in one pour. We have all the forms. Yeah, we have all the equipment. We could do the walls in one pour. We've talked about doing it in one pour. We might do it in one pour. But since this
There is
noise variance,
advantages to one
if we
pour.
do- sorry, what's that?
There are some advantages to one pour.
Yeah, but we would have to start early again, like an all-nighter or a 2 o'clock. But because we're having some of these concerns with the noise, we said, well, if they don't want to give us a variance, then we'll just we'll do the walls in a couple of pours. It all depends on what you guys want to give us. I mean, if you want to give us another all-nighter or another 2 a.m., then maybe we'll reconsider doing the walls in one pour. But if you're not going to give us,
So when you're pouring, you're not pouring flat work, you're pouring walls. There's a difference in amount of work as far as finishing is concerned. So I guess the question is why are you so adamant about a 4 o'clock pour with walls?
I apologize, you're kind of breaking up a little bit. My connection or something broke up there. Can you repeat your question? Sorry.
When you're pouring walls, why are you so adamant? Are you using only one pump truck when you pour the walls?
I don't know, 1 or 2. I haven't decided yet. 1, if it's big enough, 1 is fine.
So I guess the question is, when you're pouring walls, why are you so adamant of starting so early? You're not going to finish the flat work, it's different.
Well, we need time to get it in there and get it vibrated and get it worked into its spot. We have to start, if we're going to do the walls in one pour, we would have to start early, same thing. But I think we're leaning towards not doing the walls in one pour. It's not a question of forms or equipment or guys. It's just, I think we might change from doing the walls in one pour to 2 pours or 3 pours. But we're going to have to look at that and decide and see what we want to do, depending on what you guys do with this noise variance.
If we gave you another super early morning, could you do it in one pour? Would you want to do it in one pour?
I would have to go back and talk to the office and talk to Mike Spindler, my boss, and just see what we would just have to discuss it and see what we want to do. We would get with our subcontractor and discuss it and see exactly how we want to do it. If you guys want to give us another,
I would
What's
rather
that?
do 2 super early mornings and do the walls in one pour and the roof in one pour and just do it and just do it twice than a whole bunch of kind of early mornings.
yeah, I would have to talk to that. We'd have to consult. I don't know. I'd have to get with our subs and we would have to decide what we want to do. I think right now, as it stands right now, we're kind of leaning towards doing a couple of pours for the walls. It all just depends on how many early starts we can get or not. Then we'll kind of decide and go from there. If you were to give us another all-nighter, I'd have to go back and talk to them and see how we want to do it and just have a meeting and see how we want to proceed with that. I can't tell you that right now.
For the walls, starting at 4 a.m. And we give
I
you.
can't hear you.
If we give you 2 pours, starting at 4 a.m. for your walls, and we give you a roof pour starting at whatever time you feel best, because July's going to be hot, that's flat work, you got a lot of work there. And so I guess the question is would that be adequate?
So 1 all-nighter, no start time limit, and then 2 4 a.m. Is that what you're saying?
That's what I'm proposing.
I would love, my understanding is that it's structurally better to do 1 pour. So I would love to, for the walls, so I would love to encourage you to do 1 pour by giving you 2 all-nighters. Or the option of 2 all-nighters or 1 all-nighter and 2 pours.
I can
My question is on the window. We really think we're gonna get the cap on in July when we shorten the window for May through July? Or do you think that as far as materials go, the possibility is clear till September?
That's the trick is, and I think Scott could echo this, is the availability of materials. They may get that all formed up and shored for that roof. And we wait.
So for me, I find it funny that I feel like we're spending a lot of time in this agenda and negotiating over a day or two. And in my mind, the reality of this will be one of perception with the people in the area. And I don't think they're really going to notice whether or not it's 4 days or 5 days or 4 a.m. or 2 a.m. I think they're going to be happy to hear that the variance, what was asked for was, let's call it a blank check any night. And we didn't like that idea. So we went ahead and we constrained the developer and we said, you can't do it whenever you want. You've got 5 days. And in my mind, I think a resident's going to hear that and say, oh, thank you. The city went ahead and, rather than say they could do this anytime, they said they've got 5 days to do it. But I feel like negotiating a day here or there or 2 hours, the residents aren't going to notice. They're not going to know how many days at the end of the day. They're just going to remember when they were up, a few nights. And they're going to be grateful that it's not going on all summer and it's only 5 days. So I just don't get the negotiation here over day or 2 a.m. Let the contractor have the latitude that he needs to do it. Our advice is do it right, and get it done. And you've got up to 5 days to do it and you can get it done in that. So I'm totally ready to move on. It's just, I feel like we're totally straining at an app here.
We got a bunch of conversations.
If you want, yeah, along those lines, if you want. Can you hear me? I don't know. If you want, just give us 2 all-nighters. We will talk about the walls pour and see if we can do that in one pour to minimize the disturbance. But give us 2 all-nighters and 3 at 4 a.m. and then we'll use those and go from there. It's not, this is with concrete and that, I mean, it's not, this isn't just, we would like to do, some of these, like I said, it's just, we have no choice. We don't want to disturb people either. We're trying to be as quiet as possible. We're trying to, notify neighbors and be just as accommodating as we can. But this is just the nature of the beast. There's just nothing we can do. So.
The intent was to pour the walls or the cap individually at once, right?
Yeah, that
For structural
my
reasons.
understanding. was
The risk of
3
failure is
individual
higher if it's
pours.
done in multiple pours, right?
Yeah,
But the walls can be done in separate pours. The walls is one thing that can be done separately. The roof, the floor and the roof cannot.
The mayor's talking real quick. The mayor's asking if the original intent was to do 1 floor pour, 1 wall pour, and 1 roof pour. And that was my recollection at the beginning. And now Daryl is saying that they are looking at potentially splitting that wall up into multiple pours if needed. Structurally, we can accommodate that structurally. But, as Councilwoman Kirk says, it's probably good just to pull the Band-Aid off and be done and do it all in one if the contractor can do that.
If you can get the concrete.
If you can get the concrete, get the form set up. And
We're spending millions of dollars on this. It was an expensive
Let's just
project.
do it right.
Yeah,
Let's do it right.
And Councilman, I hope I pronounce your name, Paulson,
Yeah.
is proposing that we move on and that the council gives you an opportunity of 4 or 5 days, just days, individual days, and you pick your day that you use them. And those will have times attached to them. And as you've proposed, 2 all-nighters and 3 4 a.m.s. And I may have those numbers wrong. But just to and just be done.
I've heard multiple suggestions.
Pick one, so I can pick one. Okay, so I'm going to propose that we amend the resolution. Carry the number right there.
030-2021.
030-2021 to allow a noise variance for up to 2 all-nighters and 3 4-8 up to 3 as early as 4 a.m. So you got that one, Ryan. Okay. And then with some additional caveats, I think that's been brought up by other council members, which I like, and that's that the residents are given 48 hours notice by at least 48 hours notice of the before by flyer to the door, and we have an ordinance for flyers too. So I don't know if we need to adjust that because you can. That one works. Okay. And additionally, I like the idea of two sandwich boards working with the city at the bottom of the hill so residents can see when it's going on, that those are put out 48 hours before. And one additional one, that a letter be drafted to all the residents prior to any additional pours in cooperation with the city and reviewed by the city manager that states the intent and what's going on and explains the messaging and the necessity for the variance.
So repeat that.
Yeah, I can. So
I wrote it down.
Okay.
I'm gonna repeat it, and you just tell me.
Okay.
If your motion was 3
Sure.
minutes long.
Sure.
I got it right.
Well, I had to rewrite it. I had to rewrite a resolution, just on the cuff.
All right, so we've got two all-nighters, 4 a.m. starts.
Correct.
Up to 3. Okay. 48-hour notice minimum.
Correct.
Right.
By flyer.
By door
flyer.
Door hanger.
For what area? Where at Center Street?
Which streets? Center Street,
I'm
Sherwood
gonna
Drive.
It's not adjacent property.
Sure. I'm going to have to defer to someone who knows that area better than me. Janelle?
Center Street, that's the issue.
Center
Center
Street.
Street from where?
From 300
From
East,
Brent's house?
from Brent's house to my house.
I don't need to go in that way. Okay.
And put that in the ordinance, not Brett's house.
And not Janelle.
What about Sherwood Drive?
Sherwood Drive is the path to it, yeah.
Sherwood Avenue,
Turn
Abbey
right,
Lane, and
it's
Maple.
South
Right.
Sherwood Drive.
Right.
And I
So
don't,
do we
I
do
don't
Sherwood
know
Drive
where
a block each way or something?
It's up there. I would say at least the 3 that we did and extending, adding center to that.
But where on Sherwood Drive? So many houses on each side or block on each side or?
Walks hard to find.
you can go from Eagle View Drive to the whole length of Sherwood.
Right, because there's light issues there along Sherwood too, right?
Yeah, from Sherwood Drive here on, it goes from Eagle View Drive around to Abbey Lane.
Eagle View to Abbey Lane.
I think that would cover it.
And for all those residents, the city will give a paid vacation and you can go on.
And free
That
ice-
was not part of my motion.
Free ice cream
It's
for
an
the
interesting
kids.
idea. Let them put their hands in the concrete as it pours, and I think they'll be happy.
They'll leave it. Prince.
Okay, what else you got on your list?
Sandwich boards,
At the bottom of center. That's right, 2 sandwich boards, bottom of center.
just at the bottom of center.
Correct.
Yeah.
That's it?
Yeah.
They'll drive by it, they'll see it.
Don't some people come the other way?
Not usually.
Don't they take Fox River?
That's not my motion. My motion's 2 sandwich boards at the bottom of the center.
Should be one on 4th East where it intersects Center.
Yeah. I'm-
That's an alternate route.
Okay, 3 sandwich boards, one of 4 piece. And then a letter. You got that on a preemptive letter before we do
And
all
then
of this?
a letter prior to any additional pours.
No, there's just one letter. Yeah.
Prior to pouring again.
And that is to those homes
That are included
Center
within
Street
that.
and Sherwood Drive from Eagle View to Abbey Lane.
And honestly, I think if we do that, I don't think we'll get any complaints.
No, I think they'll get it.
All right.
You're taking notes on all this, right?
And we got minutes, and we got the minutes they
So that's my
recorded.
motion.
So
Second.
I'm just curious. Is this all stuff that we have to do as the contractors, or is the city gonna help with this, or?
responsibility of the contractor, but will help you through that, but it's the responsibility of the contractor. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yeah.
Okay, we'll need the city's help. I mean, on the letters and these sandwich board, we don't have, I mean, we'll just have to come up with something, but we'll need the city's help on this stuff. We can do the flyers, but that's other stuff is, yeah, I don't know. If you guys got certain forms and certain things you want us to
We
do
have
or
two
say.
sandwich boards as a
I
city.
have total confidence that if you pour 400 yards of concrete one day, you can handle some sandwich boards and suppliers.
It's not their core competence.
I think 2 sandwich boards, if that's what the city has.
We have 2 and we're happy to put those in.
I think at Fourth,
The city will
Fourth
help.
East and at Center and Third East, probably is. plenty.
The city will help with all of it.
So I have a motion and I have a second. I reread the motion. I have a nod that what I noted is correct. So I'll call for a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Any nays? 4-0. All right, Carol.
Can't wait to see this edifice.
The
It's
contractor.
gonna be impressive.
Hey, they're great for roller skating, man.
I was wondering about that. Actually, I was thinking instead
No,
of,
we don't allow that.
oh, shoot.
Their culinary water.
This is culinary water. No.
I'll
No,
just be
thanks
the
for-
scuba
no.
diver to check it.
Thanks for letting me come before you. I'm glad to be working with Providence City and Ryan and Rob. And this is a great project for you, a great community project. Thank you. Appreciate it. Yeah, glad to help you out. Thanks. I'm gonna head
So
out. That's okay.
we'll have a ribbon cutting and first round of water. that comes out.
Yep, thank you, guys. Thank you, everybody.
Have all the Mountain Dew you can drink.
Thanks. Dress in African clothes.
All right. Thank you, Daryl.
Very stingy on that water.
Thank you.
Thank
Barry.
you.
Thank you.
Yep,
All right.
thanks.
Go ahead and move on. Item number 9, resolution 029-2021, municipal boundary line adjustment. We have an exhibit here. Providence City Council will consider, may take action on a resolution stating the city's intent to adjust a common boundary between Providence City and Millville City, being part of parcel number 03036-0011, located in the general area of East 1250 South and Grandview Drive, owned by Selco. And how many acres, Scarlett? So this is currently property that's in Millville.
Yes.
And the developer owns this. My recollection is there's more than one parcel and it was 95 acres.
They're actually not proposing to bring what they originally planned, way back in 2003, 2005-ish. The developer, Millville was not prepared to service all of the property that they had within their city boundaries. The developer was ready to move forward. They suggested some options. They weren't able to come to an agreement with Millville. They actually ended up in court. The court gives the developer the option if Millville cannot provide the services on a timely basis. Now, that doesn't mean that Millville's got to take it right to their door. They have to have the service in place that the developer take pipes to utilize. If they couldn't do that, then they have to let them go. But they still have to make that decision. So we're just deciding if Providence is willing to accept it. The amount that the original one was much bigger. That's what the mayor's talking about. This particular area is a little bit smaller, not a lot, but a little bit smaller. And the engineering team for the developer has looked at an area that they can that they can service the sewer by gravity. So the original amount that was coming in would have definitely needed a lift station, and so we talked to them, and my understanding is what they've brought in can be serviced by gravity sewer. Is that your understanding as well?
That is my understanding, that we didn't want to have any kind of lift station for this, that we would only, that was our recommendation, that they not include anything that wouldn't gravity in.
Scarlett, this black outline area, is that what they have in mind? Are they splitting up these
Yes.
parcels?
Yes, so
pieces?
what they originally talked to us about coming is really loud, red area and the black area. Now, since we said we don't want to have to deal with lift stations,
And as you can also see, this area is really steep too. And so this area has some steep parts, but not like right here, not like right there. So we're taking probably the most developable part of the remaining property. So if you, I shouldn't say we're thinking, we're suggesting
that we move that part into Providence City. They're requesting that we move that part into Providence City. So
we're seeing some streets here and the horseshoe kind of. And what about the rest of them?
well, when they come in, they will have to build to Providence City's standards.
So is any of this going to connect to any Millville streets?
In a future phase, there will probably be, I would anticipate that just honestly for traffic flow, for emergency vehicle access, at some point in time, we will have to probably look at connecting somehow to some streets that are in Millville. But the first little bit will just connect Providence. That's what they'll finish. Now, there may be, we may make them design it so that there will be a street that stubs to go towards the south to Millville and to the west to Millville. That will be part of the subdivision process as we get it and we look at actually the design of the development. But what they're asking for right now, they're not asking that we can't, even if they ask, we can't approve that little development that they've got there. It has to go through the subdivision process. So we can't skip subdivision process with the boundary line adjustment. You understand?
Yeah, will we get an annexation petition if Millville decides to let them go? Or if we do our boundary line and Millville does theirs?
It'll be just like the one we just did.
So there's no annexation petition? There's
No,
nothing there.
it's a boundary line adjustment between the two cities. It's processed similar to an annexation petition. There are a few differences, interesting differences, but you'll still have to hold a public hearing.
We can't put conditions on it though? Because there's a trail that's partly up there and yeah, I'm just wondering about that trail. And then is Providence, we have the west of what I'm looking at here to the right of that. Is that Providence or is that Millville right now?
Over here?
I'm just thinking future planning. Yeah, over there. Is that in Providence or Millville?
Millville.
That's still in Millville. Okay.
Actually, we probably can put conditions in our ordinance we can do it with annexing. I will look and see if we can do it with the boundary line adjustment. I think we can, but I'll check with Chad to make sure.
Well, it does.
We've talked to them. We actually have talked to them about recreational possibilities. And they've been on board with their discussions so far. Ryan, have you had more in depth than that?
Not in general. At this point, they have a developer that's interested in taking on part of that condition, as I understand, is for the annexation or not annexation, the boundary line adjustment, because the developer wants to develop all that would be in Providence. That's kind of the thought. We have talked to the developer and the current owner about the future potentials for park space because of what would be there. So we have had some of that preliminary, but it's not nearly fleshed out because some of that's conditional upon the developer has a condition that they want this in Providence before they will agree to go forward. And so
The whole parcel is 70 acres. That's like the entire west side of Providence. But I'm not sure what that portion is. But if you look on parcel viewer, the entire parcel is 70 acres.
That triangle.
That triangle.
Is 70 acres.
I don't know
I
about being
guess
flat.
that triangular like.
That whole red piece is 70 acres. So
this
you
whole
could-
piece.
Yeah, that whole thing is 70 acres. So I would say. Please seek distribution. Yes.
70.6.
Is the entire parcel.
70.6, yes.
Is
It's the
what they
amount
would
they're
bring
asking
in.
to bring in.
So
It's
that
not
would be the
total.
entire parcel, because if you look on the parcel viewer, that's. Parcel viewer says that it's 70.6. That's the entire parcel.
Okay, I think I've got it. So yeah, that's a power line corridor, so that would be, that trail ends, that would be the recreational trail there. What we have to do, this is just intent, right? What we can approve intent and then we can work out the boundary line adjustment conditions later.
I believe that Millville is not necessarily asking for this. And so there might be quite a bit of time between what happens over in the Millville side. The other one came pretty quick because both had that, but I would say, one, we don't want to be in a fight between them and Millville. At least I don't think we do. And secondly, I think they've got a road ahead of them. This isn't a sure thing. Is the council even interested in entertaining anything further on this? If they are, then they're going to go and probably have a fight to get out of Millville. I think the developer and the owner currently believe the agreement that was in place already had that intent established, that there was possible interest, and we have it in our annexation master plan. So we've kind of put it out there that we would have that. I don't know that that was any more to Millville. I don't know, because we already have some of that laid, that if Millville truly can't service it, which that's what the developer has to prove, and they fight to get that out, then we would consider only after their fight's done. And if Millville wins the fight, then we don't have anything in it. We don't want to be in the fighting group. I don't believe so.
Frequently talk to the Millville mayor. And this is the mindset. If they were ever to consider approving any of this, they don't want any roads to connect to any Millville streets. They're convinced that the hordes from Providence are going to come descending and driving through their streets. And if they would even ever possibly consider allowing streets in Providence to connect from this development, there'd have to be a traffic study done. And there would have to be some compensation to Millville to accommodate improving the roads.
But this is this is the developer's fight, right?
No. Let me give you the background, just so you understand where they're coming from. So that's their inclination is to absolutely positively say no, because every time it comes up, the mayor says, well, we're going to get around to being able to service this with infrastructure. The problem is Selco's been waiting this game for a long time, and they're going to wait so long, and after a while, they're going to go to court. Millville will end up in court. The mayor said, I'm almost certain we're going to end up in court. So that's where it's going to go.
So I'll make a motion that.
I just have one more question for staff. How many homes do you think can go in that area based on the power lines and all of the other things?
Slopes and everything.
The slopes. How many homes are you going to be adding there with no other access? I know you guys say that 1000 South is pretty busy. It's a highway, so this is just going to add more to your highway.
And straight past our houses.
And the highway would be terrible, other than there's a couple of narrowing spots.
So this should be done
And you'd have to restrict on-street parking. Yeah.
It's the on-street park. We'd have to change some ordinance. It's some, on-street parking things to get more cars. Just have to be safe. There's a couple sections, I think.
By the looks of the topo lines, what they have drawn here, and you look on the plat, the preliminary plat, it looks like they could not get a whole lot more lots out of this piece.
There's another stubbed road above that.
What's that?
There's another stubbed road above that.
Okay, but the topo lines look like that would be pretty tough to build on. And they do have a road going out of this preliminary plat, which would head up and connect to that upper road, that other stubbed out road. They have that on the preliminary plat. That's going to come back around on top of that. Right now, they've got about 18. I don't know how many more they're going to be able to get out of that. Yeah, I don't think they're going to get too many more out of that.
So if we approve this, does it add fuel to the fire with Millville? Like,
I don't know on that.
then
You know what?
We haven't,
maybe we just let them go to Millville first.
but just to answer Janelle's question, we haven't taken the time, staff hasn't taken the time to sit down and look at that. Just like with Alex Berenson's annexation, we did not take the time to decide how many homes could be built until we knew that council was really interested in looking at the annexation. If you
I'm
are
not looking like
inclined,
for a concrete number. I just know that you
Yeah.
have lots of experiential wisdom and thought that you might be able to give it a crack at it.
I
But
would-
you don't have to.
I wouldn't dare do that at this point, but if you
That's
do,
the
if you,
experiential wisdom.
if you are,
Experiential wisdom.
if you are inclined to approve the resolution of intent, then we would put pen to paper and pencil in this case, because we want to erase once in a while, to paper and come up with some viable numbers based on possible zoning,
That's fair. That's fair.
and the other
So
things.
part of the answer is the staff needs to do their homework, give us some information back.
So I personally, I would have initially thought, yeah, let's go ahead and kind of move on this based upon what I know with Millville and the streets, because that's the issue, is going to be traffic moving east-west there, and there's going to need to be a plan with them. And Millville is going to have to be part of that plan. And I think this is going to add fuel to the fire. I'm not interested in entertaining the intent. I'd rather them kind of start to work it out with Millville until Millville wants to talk with us about what the traffic will look like moving east to west. I know they don't want to grow, but you want to know what? This is the part of Providence that relies on Millville to work well. And Millville, I mean, it'd be nice if Millville would talk with us and we could come up with a cohesive plan between our two cities, but they don't want to grow right now. And I don't know if I necessarily want to force their hand, because I think we might end up with a suboptimal or even, kind of tragic development because they're dug in their heels below us. So, I mean, I think we've got some more work to do with Millville because this is where we touch boundaries with them. We've got to be in sync on what we do here. So I guess that's where I'm at today. I'm not interested in entertaining it. I wasn't very outspoken today. I'm sorry.
I agree that there needs to be cohesiveness. I'm generally in favor of this isn't an annexation, but it's kind of like it because it's moving land into Providence. And I prefer to have that control, but there does need to, the traffic is a problem.
So the area on the 800 East up here above Grandview, 20 years ago, it's the same ownership, I think, similar. Selco, and it's called Providence Highlands LLC. So this development up here, they sued the city of Millville and won. It went to court. Scarlett knows more of the details. So as far as I'm concerned, that's what's going to happen. That's where it's going to go.
But can they do that? Can they move forward without us having this thing that we can boundary adjustment, or does it just kind of kill it?
I don't believe if you decline this resolution, that tells the staff to not worry about this any farther. We won't go. We will not entertain any other discussion on this one at that point, because that's what That's what we interpret by that. Just, so if you want something else, either delay this and kick it down the road and table it. Approve it if you are interested. If you are not interested in this piece at all, decline this, because that will end
That's a
this.
suggestion. Table this. Let Middleville Council decide. How about if we do
Yeah,
it?
let's table it.
I think tabling too, because there needs to be a contingency that Novo will work with the development.
I think we need to table it.
I'll make a motion that we table resolution 029-2021.
Motion to table 029-2021. Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Second from council members. I call for a vote. All in favor of tabling the resolution?
Aye.
Aye.
Any nays? Motion passes to table the resolution. Thank you. All right. All right, let's move on to item number 10.
Can I make a motion to approve?
Sorry.
Yeah, I agree. Can I make a motion to approve? I agree.
Let me read it first for the record. I think it has to be on.
Has to be on the record.
It has to be on audio.
You can't steal his
Otherwise-
lines.
Otherwise,
Steal his lines.
Jesse is not gonna, he's gonna be lost when he's listening to us
All right.
tomorrow morning. Amended resolution 028-2021, originally approved 421. Election administration amended agreement, there's an exhibit. Section 5 has been substantially changed to clarify some of the language on the responsibilities of the city. Exhibit B has been updated to show expected costs for the city. Expected costs do not consider savings on return postage by the use of drop boxes. To mitigate costs, the county clerk's office recommends that municipalities encourage their constituents to use drop boxes. And we've had one out here. All right. So we have a motion.
I make a motion that we approve resolution 028 -202.
Motion from Councilmember Staff. Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
Second from Councilmember Paulson. Discussion, explanation,
What changed?
any questions?
The price?
The price did go up. If you remember last meeting, it was like at 19,000, I think, and that included the primary. Now it's like 20,000. But the main part was just section 5. They were just more descriptive on what the duties are for us and the county. That's it.
So it also depends, Tyler, on whether we have a primary or not.
Yeah, so I believe if we have a primary, then you're looking at the full 20. And if-
Primary cost is how much?
Might need the mic.
So yeah, I think exhibit B will show us if we do the full thing, if we have a primary, then it's going to be 20,000, I think around 20,000. If we don't, I believe it's going to be half that.
So we save $10,000 on a primary.
Yeah, and then of course they're encouraging drop boxes to save on postage.
Right. There's something to add, but let's go ahead and, if we're done discussing, I'll call for a vote on it.
You want to add something to this?
No, it's not going to affect this or the vote or anything else. All right, can I call for a vote on this? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any nays? All right, item number 10, amended resolution 028-2021, passed unanimously. City of Nibley, and I think it's Richmond, is going to what's called ranked choice voting. Now, I think I understand it, but it eliminates the primary. So if we have 3 candidates typically because we have more than 2 to go to a primary. If there are 3 candidates, instead of voting for one candidate or the other candidate, you rank your choices 1, 2, and 3 if there are 3 candidates. So that happens at the general election. And then the votes are tallied up, who gets the most ones. And so really it gives, it's broader choices for the voters. Anyway, we can have someone from Nibley explain it. Just something to add to it. So, all right. Let's go ahead and move on. Item number 11, South cross-section road construction. We have an exhibit on this. Providence City Council will consider for approval the updated improvement plan for 100 South from 200 West to 400 West. Ryan, you want to give us your, here's a street cross-section. This is what we call a partial road.
Yeah, partial street cross section. So at this point, I will show, first of all, here is a previously approved option. The council, I think it's probably been 2 years ago, something around that, was proposed with 4 different options. There were a number of discussions had. Some of that predates my time. So, but I have visited with the vast majority of these residents. I probably won't say all. I've probably missed a wife for somebody, a husband, a wife. Anyway, but I've met with most on a number of occasions. And at this point, best effort, none have wanted or expressed any interest in selling additional right of way. They've dug into that point. Reese has talked about if we need to have some alignment, he's willing to work. But this was the previous alignment. It would have acquired additional property from most along there, would have shifted the road to the south and actually had it come out slightly to the south of the right of way that we have on the other side of 200 West. So this was approved by the council by a motion. What I'm coming back for is, as we've worked and progressed on this and somewhat to come to a compromise in where we're at, we have acquired the 50-foot right of way throughout. In some areas, it is as wide as 58 feet. And what this does is this takes this alignment, the proposed alignment in front of you is to take the right of way that we have to build and construct the partial street cross section within that alignment. It would start, the partial would start on the south with a sidewalk, park strip, curb and gutter, and then asphalt. At this point, the cross section is 24 feet minimum of asphalt. So we could construct that. The idea is if we get grant funding, which we will go out for, that we could construct more than the minimum, even up to what we have as acquired right of way. So we could build up to that. If the area is undeveloped, came in, then they would have to construct the remaining amount. We have had Holman talk about developing, and so if she wanted to do that, she would have to come with additional right of way. If Mark Thompson wanted to, he would have to come with additional right of way. But at this point, the proposal would be to build and construct within what it is. If we don't get grant, we could limit it to 24. I'm proposing that we build as much as we can. But at this point, the proposal is to use the partial street cross section. If you look 1,000 feet down by Tractor Supply, it was used there on the same road, just down the street. So this is a standard that we offer, standard approved. What I'm asking the council to approve is the shift back up to the north to set that partial street cross section on the south right of way line that we own. Then I could get with the electric utility and any other utilities and get them moved this summer so that we could plan our construction, because what we've talked about is that we wanted this constructed next spring. In order to do that, I'm trying to do some preliminary work to make sure that we can construct adequately next year. So that's kind of the question. In our project, street project this year, this side of 200 West on 100 South on the east side, it will be shifted. We will shift some of that road to the south with our widening on our construction project, which will align both of those. Not that that's critical, it just is informational that could line those, because we have a 99-foot right of way on one side and a 50-foot right of way on the other. So anyway, that just kind of pairs up. Anyway, any questions you have on this?
Because given the fact that you have attempted to acquire the right of way to make it a 66-foot right of way, it's not had any takers. And also given the fact that we have committed to have this built within 3 years, those two things we have to deal with, because we have made that commitment. And by the same token, we can't get the right of way. If we go to court, it's going to be a lot longer than that. We'll expend a lot of money in going to court to get the right of ways, which we could otherwise be using for constructing the road. And so my personal feelings is, as I think that going to this option of a partial street cross section for this point in time, with, as you have explained it, is a good option, and I would support that.
Ryan, I appreciate you thinking out of the box and coming up with a solution that doesn't require us to force anyone's hand. I feel like if they chose to be a little more cooperative, it could be a better product. But I think that this is, I also think it's a viable option, and we should move forward. Get her done.
Same for me.
Thank you.
I think with me, I mean, we've done everything we can, talk to them.
Yeah, like
This makes it as functional as possible for the entire community.
I wish we could bury the power lines, but if they don't want them buried, then, you know, what's it to me?
They want them buried. They don't want to give up land.
Right.
Buried.
So let's. Beth, I'll make a motion. If,
Go ahead and make a motion. Sure.
I make the motion that we approve item number 11, 100 South Cross Section Road construction.
Second.
Second.
All right, motion from Councilmember Burke, second. Councilmember Seaver. Further questions, discussion? Call for a vote. All in favor of the cross section as proposed by our city manager, signify by saying aye.
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 Any nays? None opposed, 4-0. That was easy. Can we take a quick break?
That was an easy 3-year. Only if I smell it.
I'll split it with you.
Let's make it over there that fast.
Yep, apparently.
He said he's literally running.
The mayor needed to go potty and Josh said it.
Hot and ready. There it is.
Well, just so you're aware, breaks aren't pauses in the recording. So we are still live. Just to remind you, we still record. Anyway,
He said where he was
I
going.
know, I just was letting you know so that this is on the record. We're still on the record. We haven't adjourned. We haven't done anything else. We're on the record. So. Not arguing any of it. I just.
Brian finds great pleasure in taking.
You know, Rob, that. South
This is a
Carolina
water
actually-
cooler, water tank.
When that is-
All right, once they're back
That
in the water.
road around there, it looks like it has about a 50-foot rise in that dam.
I would like to request a field trip before they can release test.
If you are licensed for a confined space permit and you have taken your trainings and you have all of the required training and equipment.
There are ordinance, because it's too steep.
inside the cave.
Confined space permits inside of OSHA is required. Yes, we would require you to have a confined space permit
I think.
and training. We would hate to have anything happen to you in this tank. We don't want.
What does that even mean? Space, they like tie you up in a straight jacket and see if like
If you can stay.
Pretty steep. And as they go.
Thanks for hanging out with us
That
tonight.
other-
Had a really exciting
Know
topic
where
tonight.
you would rather be.
Yeah. Right.
Or is it aware? No, they don't, all they need is a hard.
No, that's, you want to talk cloud access. I don't know who that belongs to.
It- It's all Dr. Pepper there.
We have that outfit down. Oh, Selker, but the only, okay, Dallas is dead. Dallas Elder's dead. And did Boyd die? Is Boyd, but is he still got a finger in that pot up there? Boyd Campbell?
He hasn't called me for probably
I think he's got,
10 months. I think he's not.
I think he's not well or not here. And the developer or the other, this is Bob Harris, that's putting this out there. He would like to see it done. But there was another outfit that took all that over to develop it.
Imagine Development. Jeremy Jensen is still involved from Imagine Development, but Jeremy is looking to sell it to this other development company. And they're the ones that wanna, and they're the ones that would like to bring it
Push
in.
this forward. I was telling Bob that road around there is pretty steep. That rises about 50 feet in that short of bend. That's about as bad as Beaver Mountain.
Well, if you were to take the whole thing and we would make them, that's why I said, we aren't accepting the concept plan they're showing there. If you accept this, you're just accepting the property. They have to come in and do a new concept plan and everything that would meet Providence. So we would work on not having just that horseshoe. We'd work on, even if it doesn't connect with Millville now, it'd work at some future point.
He ate all this healthy stuff and then he's like, and now give me the pizza.
On me. I know.
That's very kind of you, Josh. Thank you.
No problem. Very kind. Yeah, very good. Thanks, John.
How's your wife, Brent? Are we on a up or are we on a down right?
She's got on it. Yeah, it's fine right now.
That's good.
Yeah. We
First to me. Janelle told him I need to work.
don't know. We got little
One of my
Debbie
assignments was
Miller,
to our master plan.
and we
So
got.
Janelle deferred him to me.
So that is great. I
Which is great. Yeah.
He was telling Silas.
I know.
I don't know what to do. That's what I said, like.
gratefully,
Thanks,
you
Josh.
talked to you and Charles before you talked to you. Guys are like,
But you want to, if we can find other pickleball courts and do something else, I'm all in favor.
it's not that busy. It is not that busy.
I've been there probably a dozen times. And
I've been 3 times the last 2 weeks just to see if I can register.
Yep.
Maybe they acknowledge that.
I got four because I can even hire one by myself. No one else showed up.
I bet I can eat an entire one. Well, Josh got plenty.
My compliments to the chef. Well. Sorry.
That's how you eat pizza. This is fun. I love it.
Why do you think Cornerstone Real Estate?
Yeah. Part of this one.
Oh,
It's great.
they don't have that, they got that existing, but it's already. Yeah.
Let me read this. Item number 12. Sewer master plan. Providence City Council consider and may take action on the proposed wastewater sewer collection master plan. And Tyler, does this link take you to the whole document?
Sure.
147 pages, something like that.
I love your hyperlinks.
Yeah, this works great. Good. Go ahead, ready, council.
Appreciate the opportunity to be here with you this evening. Been an interesting evening. So good. We'll continue on with a very exciting topic, right?
Just the potty jokes come out.
Yeah, well, it's getting late, so we'll try to keep those to a minimum, but we'll move forward. I'm going to try, if it's okay, I think everybody's had a chance. We've discussed this for a couple months. I'm going to try to take a little bit of a high level approach to this, just kind of summarize things. If you have questions, just let me know and I can dive in deeper. But for the most part, I think everybody has had time to review and read and go through. I've received comments from most everyone here and staff. So we've incorporated those comments into the report, tried to expand on those and so forth. I'll try to hit a couple of the highlights. We discussed a lot of the background and growth and stuff and the purpose of the master plan. Previous, that the growth was going to be projected at 1.48. Plan was for the next 20 years. We talked about the background of what we modeled, the wastewater additional meters, locations we installed, and some of those model results. Essentially, one of the things that we got a lot of comments on that I want to just touch base with is infiltration and inflow that we observed when we were able to actually look at all of the data that for like 10 years worth of data that Logan provided us with the meter flows. And as we were looking at each year's graph, and as it was coming through, we could see this slight bump up in the data as increase in flow going through the meters, starting in the first part of May and then ending later in the year. And at the end of the summer, you know, in that September, October range. One can draw a lot of conclusions on why that is. That time frame and having that increase during that time, especially when you overlay the rainfall data on it, the rainfall as it coming in. A lot of times we get infiltration coming through manhole lids during rain or snow events and stuff like that. It's just, you're not going to eliminate all of it. So to say to get rid of all infiltration is just not possible in the way we construct wastewater systems, collection systems. But as we saw that increase, my mind naturally brought to potentially groundwater increasing, primarily possibly due to the canal networks going through town, people flood irrigating, raising groundwater, or maybe just, and so then you start wondering, is it the collection system? Is the groundwater all coming up, or is it just that the groundwater isn't coming up, but we actually have now the canal networks going there, we have flooding that's going in manholes or going in broken pipes that, you know, maybe someone tapped into the service different. You know, we've worked with Rob. There's lots of information and video that he's captured over the years. He doesn't see a silver bullet, a smoking gun, so to speak, of what is showing. We worked with staff. We've installed some additional meters throughout town, a little higher up near the canal, to try to break the town up in quadrants. We hurried to put those in before canal water was introduced into the system. They just got pulled out 2 days ago. We haven't got the data back from those, and we'll analyze that. Hopefully, the hope on that is that maybe in one area we see a spike, and maybe we can find that or narrow it down to an area. But right now it's a little bit subjective to exactly where that is. We do have a clay collect or a concrete pipe collection system. This very typical type of construction put in the 80s. The joints on them have been known to allow a little bit more I&I in than over the PVC pipe gasket. But we don't know if your system is doing that right now. And it's hard to tell if you're just getting a little bit in a lot of joints, or if there's just this one joint or an area that it is raising. That's why we put some meters in quadrantized in the area. Another potential option, if besides just having joints, as we discussed in the report, you could, there could be some basements that are potentially pumping, with some pumps introducing water into their system. It's very hard to catch that. Policing that is very hard. You can create a policy and put that in. I would say a lot of communities have those policies. It's just, how do you enforce it? How do you catch them in the act of doing it? How do you, if you have a home inspection or something like that, and you see that they've tied it in, obviously you can flag it then. Other than having a camera sitting there and watching, a pump turn on and off, how do you go about that? So that's, I think, the challenge for most communities is enforcing that. Having an ordinance is still good, because when you do find them, then you have means to penalize them or allow them to come off. As you look, and I know there was great concern with how the infiltration or the amount of flow from population compared to some of the neighboring communities are. I wouldn't be too concerned with that amount. You are well within the realms of what the state would say is a healthy system. When we design new systems or in other places, we design for 100 gallons per capita per day. You're coming in that range in the mid 70s and 80s as we look at it over time. Another thing that potentially increases that number per population is your business district's a little bit different. Sometimes we have just going to pick one commercial user. I'm not trying to pick on them, but like a car wash or something like them, they use a lot of water and it goes through. And they're counted as one connection. They don't have any population. They don't factor into that, but yet they produce a lot of water that goes through. And so sometimes your businesses, you have a lot of doctors, maybe there's just a little bit of an increase in your commercial residents that aren't increasing or that are causing that use per capita, when you look at it just on a population base, to be a little bit higher than, say, Smithfield. Smithfield's is, I know that's one that's been pointed out, a little bit lower. But you are still below the 100 gallons that the state kind of says is the baseline. You're in the 70s. I wouldn't say that I wouldn't be super concerned. I would look for areas as you're doing your things and I try to reduce it. Yes, you don't want it because, I mean, from what we can calculate, roughly that infiltration is about, you know, it's $75,000 a year. If you could reduce it by a third or a quarter, you might be saving 20 to 25,000. But you could be spending a lot of money just trying to find that. And so, as Rob, as the community cameras their lines, does their inspections on their, on their rotation, you may come across something. There are some, this meter data may get us into a sector of town that allows us to pinpoint an area of town that we can start narrowing that down. But I know that was a concern. There are questions specifically about the I&I that you may have that I maybe have not addressed.
The way you have the data.
They just pulled them yesterday. I'm supposed to have them next week and can look at it and see if there's a spike that came in due to the canal water being entered in. Okay. We can go from there. Any other thoughts on I&I or concerns that you may have with infiltration?
I'm guessing you don't really have any ballpark figure about what it would even cost to track it down. I mean, it sounds like it could get really expensive.
It can get very expensive. I mean, you're already cammering lines. I mean, that's a flood or so.
Spend about $40,000 a year cammering already.
So we're hoping in that effort, maybe something comes up. Maybe we do find that silver bullet.
When do you do most of your cammering, Rob? Was that before the irrigation starts or at the same time?
Quite a bit of our own. We do our own year round. So we have which project.
When you find irrigation coming in, right?
Well, you find tight groundwater areas and find ground high irrigation. It takes a long ways. Could be sometimes that, 4 years now, and it's always been right about the same time as now.
So you need one more thing to do in the business.
Right. It works. Because you're wanting to try to, offer to try to protect higher groundwater. But the thing that we haven't, that's what we're going to protect. That's areas that aren't on our radar when it comes to high groundwater. And that's what the leader in area that we haven't, we've already scoured. Well, we keep scouring, we might find something new here and there from time to time, say, groundwater areas. There's not that much area to keep looking. We keep looking at it over and over and over again, but it's not giving us that smoky gun, that's making a difference. That's where I'm having a hard time with, because there must be something somewhere other than our high groundwater area and subpump areas that's causing a potential problem. And if that happens to be a flood irrigation, going into a sewer, putting out or a saturated area underneath a canal or a pitch lateral, we can zero in on that and try to remedy that problem. That is a year-round, well, not a year-round, but an obvious case that is something that will make it.
Are some pumps required to be? Or, well, do people have to have a permit, have a sump pump? Or they
Not have a sump pump at all.
Right, that's illegal, but to have, to
To
use
have a
sump
sump pump,
pumps
no.
in your house, anybody can just do whatever they want.
But generally plumbers
There's
install
no way to
them.
know what who has them, who doesn't.
There's lots of sump pumps that are legal and they literally help facing problems in their own backyard, French drains. And then it becomes probably a recirculating problem for themselves, but it's keeping the basins fresh. But a lot of it is flood, so it has to desire to break the law and there's some of those out there.
One of the potential areas where there was a lot of groundwater and there was some big problems was right north of Lex Bear's shop there. Well, it's where it turns and goes west, yeah, down through, not Brooks.
Meadow Ridge, or not Meadow Ridge, Meadowbrook.
Well, where it turns and goes west by Creasy's, that down through there, that line comes around and then connects over onto 100 North. Yeah, there was a problem there at one time. And I remember as they were trying to install that, we had a horrendous amount of groundwater and it was such a mess trying to solve that problem right there. I would just ask you next time you do some cammering to be very careful with that area right there and just see if there's anything, because there was sewer line pipe got broken. I mean, the water was running in like crazy. It was really a mess. Yeah, there where it turns and goes west. That it's really deep right there because it picks up from down the old Gunnell place and comes back this way.
We actually found our two worst ionized on that stretch that you're talking about. So between blocks, goes to first west, down 150 more.
Yep.
And it gets easy.
Yep.
Funny dog leg behind that first fence to the west out of 154. Then we nicknamed Niagara, miniature Niagara. So we found our two worst ionized about 7 years ago.
Okay.
Back in that east. Actually put on some interesting sleeves back in there in order to see those groundwater problem problems. We actually went through 3 different scenarios to try and remedy that problem without excavating. We finally did get it.
Right out in 100 West, when they were digging down there, it was so deep. They had to ramp the backhoe down in to get down in there, and it was such a mess. So much water.
I know before my time. I heard about that.
Yeah. Anyway, that's just a concern area.
Pretty good. Other discussion items on infiltration or okay to move on? Yeah, let me add something. Smithfield is concrete. Right. Smithfield's, city is not as old as we are. They have a larger commercial district. Most people here are probably familiar with the term benchmark. So I put a chart together and I've been tracking it for years. And I'm comparing the amount of wastewater generated on a per resident basis for all 6 contract cities, contract living cities. And it's a consistent pattern with Nibley and Logan, I'm sorry, Nibley and Smithfield are generating far less wastewater. We're talking about 75% more wastewater that we're generating than if our residents were generating the same amount as Smithfield and Nibley. The pattern's been consistent across all the cities for 4 years. So the right thing to do is ask the question. That's when you find out what's called best practices. What do other cities do? Now, the question is, what is it going to cost? Well, it's what I've got is about 20,000 gallons. I'm going to use round numbers per resident for Nibley and Smithfield. Ours are 35,000 gallons. So if we were generating or fix the problem, the infiltration, whatever it is, and we were at 20,000 per resident, we'd save 15,000 gallons per resident. You do the math, that's $250,000 to $300,000 of savings a year. So we could spend $250,000 to fix the problem and it would pay for itself. So since I haven't gotten any traction on this, I've been complaining about it for the last 6 years. I'm going to do something. I serve, represent Providence on the Logan Wastewater Committee, and I've spoken to Isa Hamoud, who's the environmental director, and I've asked him to call a meeting. We've got a meeting we're going to schedule in June. We're going to have city mayors, city managers, engineers present. I've sent everybody all my worksheets and all of the data which I got from Logan City other than census data. And we're going to convene and have a discussion about it because frankly speaking, it costs all of us, all cities, extra money, including Logan, which their engineers tell me they have a serious problem with sump pumps. And there are cities that have figured out how to track it down without spending a lot of money. And it's part of their annual regular routine. So what we're going to do is we're going to work together because it's a common problem. And we're going to put our heads together. This Friday, I've got a meeting with the mayor of North Logan and the city administrator. And we're going to sit down and go over all of this stuff and discuss it because they've got a worse problem than we do. Sure, they're over 100% higher than Smithfield. And collectively, we can put our heads together, help each other out, because this is costing us a lot of money. And the sooner that Logan has to add to the new wastewater treatment plant, $12 million a reactor, it saves all of us money, all of the Logan and all the contract cities. So that's where we're going with that. So I've initiated that, and that's what we're doing. My guess is that where Spring Creek discharges coming out of the canyon, that's the high water table. And everybody I've talked to, whenever they talk high water, that's what area they're talking. Sure. Car wash, been here about a year, so that's not even in my numbers. Sure.
I'm just trying to identify potential areas and help you. I think your passion for going after this, and if you can find the areas that it's going, would financially help you. And I think it's worth spending some dollars at it. And continue. It's just where and you'll try some things, and hopefully you find some things. And try to come to it.
So it costs for an average household, it costs an additional $100 a year, right? We've had more heated discussions over far less money than that when we're talking property tax or other increase than the $100. This is $100. It's kind of hidden. It's easy to write a bigger check to Logan and no one knows everything.
The thing that I liked that we were able to do with the data is just try to help quantify that. We've been quantifying it a little bit comparing to Smithfield, but it was actually kind of interesting to look at that, try to prove that chart.
You want it on page? Or do you want it in here?
The storybook down about 3 or 4 pages on the storybook.
Oh. Good. Now, you did Smithfield's master plan, is that correct? What item in that plan did you identify to help them?
They came that way. When we looked at their data, they were already there. Okay, so I didn't propose any new thing to them. I think the makeup and the geology of the community is a little bit different than yours. Where they sit and the soil type underneath them is more conducive to draining. Your bench drains very well, but as you come down off, you then start getting into those areas that would produce higher groundwater. Smithfield sits on an alluvial deposit, and I don't think their groundwater is as high in the majority of the town. They're just barely starting on the south and in the west, the northwest, just starting to get into areas, starting to see groundwater come up. So I think even though they have, they're starting to have some development in the northwest below, they're having a lift station, starting to look at stuff on up. And even down in there, I was doing a site development for a site, we drilled 50 feet and still didn't hit it in one area. So the majority of their community doesn't have the groundwater table that the province has. And I think that is.
Much of Nibley has.
They do, but they also have a PVC system that went in 2000.
And very little commercial.
Seepage in the pipes is in there, but they said, and they use the term, city manager used the term, they aggressively camera their system because they know people, it doesn't need a plumber. All they need to do is to put a garden hose into a floor drain or a sewer pipe.
I'm not trying to say don't do it. I commend you for tackling that. It's a huge problem. I'm grateful that we're able to quantify and help kind of, look at the rain data and look at everything that comes in and see that bump. I think it is. I don't know if you got a direct connection to the canal or if it's the canal and flooding system is just radiating the groundwater that then is causing either sump pumps or cracks in the pipes. Those are to me the most obvious, and trying to find that. I think it is connected to the canal and the flooding. That would be my looking at the data. That's what I.
My folks in law lived on 3rd North and 100 East, and they finished their basement and never could use it in the summertime. They would get 12 inches of water in that basement continuously. Also in the summer, it'd dry out, and in the fall, and they could use the basement down there and stuff. They had to move out in the spring because the water flows, and that's part of Brookside. The water flows out of the canyon, and if you look at an aerial before they build all this, it's a gravel bed from Spring Creek, and you can see where Spring Creek has taken different channels over time, and through high water, filled in with rocks, and then recreated a different channel. And a few years ago, there was a flooding on this north side, and almost all the homes along the north side there had to have sump pumps. And whether there was some then later permanently installed and kept in place to protect the homes, we have no idea. Well, you know the water flows that way.
So here's the good news, Brent. You know that property you're talking about, 3rd North and 100 East. There's an open field there. Who owns that?
That's Bear. Well, Lloyd Bear had it.
Ashley Nelson, but they're looking
Yeah,
at
Ashley
selling
has
it.
it.
So this
Yeah.
developer wants to develop that. Like you said, that's the Spring Creek discharge, that whole plane. And then in the end, when you get to 100 West, that's where Marlin Hospital is.
Yeah.
That's where that pond is, the water sits.
Yeah.
The other side of it is the discharge for Blacksmith Fork. 2 blocks from there.
That water moves in that direction.
I think that there's obviously some infiltration and inflow issues that we need to still hunt down. However, I don't think that it impacts like the capital improvement projects that are outlined in the sewer master plan, because capital improvement has to do, like for our impact fee analysis, has to be something that's growth related. The infiltration and the inflow is all existing problems. So I don't see how that would affect our impact fee analysis or any of our financial estimates that way.
You're correct. We haven't included a large target or a ticket item for that. Great point. You know, we didn't include a large ticket item to go after a video or try to find that, but we believe it.
But
that would come from
associated
maintenance.
with an existing problem, right?
Sure, it's
So-
citywide and it's not growth related. You're exactly correct. So that would be done through your maintenance and stuff.
Yeah, that's what I thought too, the maintenance, because otherwise I don't know how we would do a specific capital improvement project to find the infiltration and influent flow. It's just through our, through maintenance. So in that way, I feel like it's outside of the scope of what the master plan is trying to accomplish. I mean, it is an identifiable problem,
I
but
disagree with that. I'll tell you. Before this started, before the engineer was hired, I asked Ryan, is this going to be part of the process, going to focus on identifying where this problem is?
And we have
sounds
talked
like
about
they've
it
metered
throughout.
in their collected data, yes? They've metered and collected data.
Not a problem.
No, I'm just saying they're trying to find it.
Right. It's not the whole city, certainly not where, like you said, the soil condition up there, the drainage is, you can't get any better.
Yeah.
You get down into where it comes out of the canyon, where Brent's describing in that area around Brookside, around Cobblestone is another area, that whole area up there. That's where the high water table is. And that's where the sump pumps are. So I talked to three people. I talked to Christina, Dennis Giles, I talked to him today, Brian Cox. He's a home inspector. He says they've seen sump pumps. They're discharging directly into the banks. So, yeah. And that's where they find it.
Well, I support your position of creating an ordinance to find illegal activity. Like, I think that's totally
So we have an
reasonable.
ordinance that says it's illegal, but doesn't mention sump pumps. It says you can't put anything in the sewer other than sewer.
So maybe we should put that on a future agenda and continue with the
Do that.
presentation.
And I will propose other cities.
Yeah, when you do a little more research on best practices and such, but I think we should continue.
Very good. Sorry to.
No, thank you.
Essentially, as has been discussed, you're wanting the model indicated that the main trunk line, your collection system throughout the community has the capacity to service the community for the next 20 years. The problem that we started seeing is primarily in the outfall line below your main meters. It goes, I don't know how many of you do, you participate in building that line with sewer going through the Logan Golf Course down to 10th West. And that's where we start seeing a few of those little segments starting to have some capacity issues. And as you run the model in 10 years out and then 20 years out and then farther, you start to see additional failures in that line going out. The rest of the community actually looks very good capacity wise and should serve you through the next 20 years. So in looking at how to remedy that option and look at capacity issues, Ryan mentioned if we wouldn't include a little option of maybe looking at treatment options in other places, we obliged to doing that. Not asking for an increase or anything in the scope. We've looked at continuing to go with Logan and also Hiram, and also potentially you guys should build your own treatment plan. Treatment studies, they were a little bit on a high level, but still have quite a bit of experience. I built several of them. Know what those costs are in the cash flow analysis and so forth. We also included operation and maintenance costs of those. How they would offset not just the capital cost of running those plans and stuff like that. So I feel like we've tried to give you the best options we could that way. We didn't believe that the first option, doing nothing, was an appropriate option. The second option, or alternative two, had two smaller sub options with it. Is we continued with Logan. One was to just Logan completely separate from that line and build a new one and own its ownership 100%. Right now, that line is jointly owned, and they maintain it for you as it goes down through the golf course. The second option, or 2B option, would be to continue working with Logan and still operate the existing line, but build a new line. It'd be a little bit smaller because you'd still have some ownership in the other line. Use it. Option 3 was to hire them for the province. If you look at the capital costs for those projects to place and build new lines, 2A is a little over 5.4 million. 2B is 4.8. Iron treatment is around the 30 mil because of the infrastructure and lift stations and gravity and force mains you get there. And Providence treatment would be about 24 mil with that. All of these options accommodated what we called the west area, west of Highway 165, making sure that was sewered and accommodated future growth in that area in each of these options. Is there any questions you may have with the options that we understand what they are?
I just want to express gratitude that you worked on this outside of the scope of what you did on the project, and I appreciate that you were willing to do extra work for us. And I was actually really surprised. I have felt like Logan had us by the jugular, and they probably still do, but I can see why it's a good option when you run the numbers like this. And so I really appreciate you bringing it to light.
I have some questions about the pipe sizes. So in treatment, what is the existing pipe size? Is it 21 or 18 or?
I'm going to jump to a map, but I don't remember off the top of my head. I want to say it's 18 inches.
Is lining that fall line? It maintains the same capacity.
It maintains the same capacity and just protects the condition. If it's starting to fail or have some in concrete pipe, sometimes the gases off of wastewater can corrode the concrete and they can start to fall in. And you would want to go in and line it at that time. What we need is actually during your peak flows, more capacity in that line. You're going to start surcharging those lines in the future. Eventually could come out of manhole. Yeah. So it's a capacity issue versus a condition issue.
Okay, so I know when I talked to you in the past, you said it's super expensive to bypass the line, that people run parallel lines, which is what we suggested in B. I think photo treatment to run a parallel 18-inch line.
Either option would have to parallel.
Either option is paralleling the line where we're getting,
Would it be feasible, like, to add a liner to an abandoned line and use that for additional capacity in the future?
if it's there, if it's, was there an old abandoned line there previous? I'm not aware of.
I don't know. I just wondered.
I'm not aware of another
down
line.
the road, if we can utilize what we've already paid for.
Sure.
Later.
What?
When this becomes the abandoned line.
When this becomes the abandoned line, so option A is you just don't want to deal with Logan and you want to break away as much as you can from them. And you build a new line and they don't participate in it.
So
they don't have
parallel, but
connections.
B is a new line, 21-inch line.
Well, both are new.
Right, yes.
Sorry.
But 21 inches shared and 18 inches.
Just
100% us, yeah.
Yeah. And the other one is just saying, we're going to keep it the way they are. We'll keep the metering stations the way they are, we're gonna eventually need more capacity. And so we need to still build a parallel line. Logan can still have connections into that, and we'll work through the arrangement, kind of a similar arrangement that we currently are under. It's gonna hit the lift station down there, and then what both lines would have to come together and then go to the treatment facility. Yes, Brett?
Logan City, does it have the capacity in that lift station to handle a second pipe, or would we have to upgrade the lift station? Because we had to build it the first time.
Sure. Eventually, right now, Logan is taking care of all of that as part of your cost per thousand. I think on the collection system and lift station of the what is it, $4 or $3.50, like 35 cents of it is part of the collection, and they supposedly maintain it and camera and check this line, and then the lift stations are part of that. So you're paying or the upgrades or anything that is needed into that agreement that you have with Logan. So yes, eventually that system would need to be an upgrade would need there. Right now, it's as we've talked with Logan, they're okay with the capacity of that for the foreseeable future.
But the way they're building out south, they're out there in College Ward area.
Sure.
And what they're putting in there, I'm just wondering if we'd have to establish some kind of concrete rule.
Well, right now that is just servicing you, and then College Ward doesn't come into that.
It comes back, it crosses under the highway, right there, just by the Exxon. A little bit further up, and that crosses under the highway. It has to go to that lift station and pump back to the north. I don't know exactly how, but it crosses there by what's it called now?
Yeah, okay, I remember where you're talking about.
Yeah,
and Logan has several connections. You're right. In that area, they tie onto that line with several connections. That's why they meter Providence,
Right, they're going to go to that lift station. I don't think there's another lift station there.
There's not.
I'm just wondering if they're going to get, say, the 35 cents is operation and maintenance cost, and you're going to put a new line in. Now we've got to have more money.
Eventually, right before you tie, well, you're not overnight going to jump capacity. You know what I'm saying? But as you next 10 years, add more homes and stuff like that in, then yes, we may need to do something there. But right now, it's not planned for. And I would anticipate you would just go right before and core another hole into that lift station and pull the new line in to it, is what I'd anticipate happening. So in essence, in the cash flow models, when we looked at your alternatives and trying to analyze which financially, which alternative was best, we've used DQ's rules for grants as far as sewer based on your medium household income and so forth. Those later options received quite a bit of grant to cover them, but they still weren't favorable. So as a recommendation, we recommended primarily on a financial basis. I think there's a significant difference between options between 2 and 3 and 4. But between whether you wanted to go between options 2A or 2B, there's really not a lot of difference. I think it's a decision you need to make. We recommended the least cost at this point.
I do have one question. How do you come up with the grant projections?
So the state has some rules that they say based on your median household income, your wastewater bill should be about 1.4% of your median household income. That's an annual cost.
So it would be like a state.
Yeah. And then use that rule of thumb to determine how much you would get. It took, before you would become grant eligible, your rates had to be over $70 a month before you become grant eligible. So you had to pay for, in a loan process, for everything up to where you currently are, up to $70 a month.
Which is how Millville's getting such a big.
Right, that's
Got
why
it.
they're getting a big grant, because they're taking their median household income, doing this formula, and their project is so big that everything above that is grant, and they're keeping their rate at, based on their median household income. So, how much?
$150. I mean, that's for everything.
Sure.
Well, we really need you guys to.
Can you talk to your Mark?
Yeah.
Estimate is Millville property owners, homeowners, pay $150. But that's also servicing the bonds.
Okay.
And that has to be redone because we got quotes back from contractors and
Sky High, I've heard they've been going back to funding agencies. So a couple of the other recommendations besides alternative 2B that we recommended. There is one segment that I've talked with Rob about that probably needs to be upsized. It's just in the middle. It's a really short distance. It's where the pipes, water comes down off the hill, and then it turns and goes north and then jogs. It's just a small one, but it's going to need some upsizing in that. Rob's aware of that. It's not a very costly improvement.
Or how urgent.
It should be taken care of in your next calendar, in your next 5-year plan. I think that one would be definitely in your 5-year plan. We talked previous tonight about the lift station and Fourth Main and the bore going underneath the highway. Is there any questions about that? Actually, I know we talked about that earlier tonight. We recommended at least kickstarting that a little bit, but then rolling those costs into your impact fee so that then as growth comes in, they would pay for it. But you would help facilitate the need in that area, the demand, by putting as part of the capital improvement project that would be 100% impact fee eligible. As we looked at your rate structure, one of the things that popped out to us is you bill a lot of your residents, and well, basically your whole system is based on meter size and not based on how much waste is produced. So you have your normal 1-inch meter for your homes. Someone could come in with a 2-inch meter or request a 2-inch meter. Maybe it's a business or whoever, and you're basically just doubling that fee because of the meter size is 2 times. It's 2-inch versus a 1-inch, and what we're seeing is there's a lot of resident businesses and that are out there that are producing a lot more waste. If you look at their usage during the winter months, so we looked at all your water data during the winter, and we would project that would be typically the same in the summer. That basically the residents, in a way, there's like Macy's, for instance, is like 30 residents, but they're only being paid as if they're like 2. And so that's a choice that you can make. It would be our recommendation that you go on an ERU basis, which we call an equivalent residential unit basis for paying for billing. And that would be a way to make everything a little bit more even on that. The infrastructure based on alternative 2A would say that you could implement a $2,850 a max. You could choose to go less if you wanted, in addition to the other impact fees. Right, you could impose up to a $2,850 impact fee for the collection system to the community. So the total impact fee for wastewater, including the one that Logan would be treating or charging to the treatment side, would be $5,283 for wastewater. You can choose to implement something less than that if you so choose, but that would be the max justified amount under alternative 2B. If there is political desires to still continue to leave Logan and may conduct a more in-depth option or a study on the wastewater treatment on sites. Like I said, we looked at it pretty thorough, but it was still a little bit of a 10,000-foot view on that. And then we also recommended adopting an ordinance for your sump pumps and making sure that those are being addressed and trying to be policed and eliminated to help eliminate your I-9, as well as continue to reduce I-9 anywhere you can. So those are our recommendations from the report. If you have questions on this at this point, open to field them.
So Ryan, you'll bring the recommendations to us one at a time. So tonight we just approve this and then.
Yeah, at this point is the master plan. We don't, adopting the master plan doesn't get these recommendations because each one of them are sizable enough in scope. They don't come that way. Now the capital side of it, we would say, oh, well, we'll budget for the capital, which would even come at another vote. But like the one small piece, we would place that into the capital improvement, and that would be incorporated in a future budget. But like adoption of a wastewater, that's an ordinance you have to act on differently and independent. So any of these really are independent actions later. So other than the one little line that probably does just flow right to the budget, but everything else is have another action. Rate structure, that would be its own. That is a longer discussion because there is different options there and consequences, you know, who do you, right? But that is not adopting this does not make a decision on those. This is accepting the plan, accepting options. So.
Not accepting the impact fee either. We have to go through a whole.
Right.
So based on time, I would love to make a motion. What time it is, the time. That time.
Based on time. What's your motion?
I'll make a motion that we approve item number 12, the sewer master plan.
I have a second.
I'll second that.
All in favor?
I
Next. I do have one thing that I want to bring up. On the maps that are in here, just when you print them out like this, the ledger's upside down. Or the title of the map is upside down.
Maps were intended to be on 11x17, not an 8x11 as a fold out. That's why it goes onto the side.
Oh, well, okay.
I have a copy of this that I can get you, where they can give one, but if you look, the map.
Show them the map, yeah.
I'm trying to zoom in a little bit and get a little bit more detail. It's hard at the scale.
They pulled out
So-
rather than when they're on the side.
Okay, all right.
Am I okay with that one? Okay, thanks.
Now that I understand.
So this probably cascades into the budget discussion, but I don't think that it's reasonable to ask Rob and his crew, especially given that we're shorthanded with our water and our crew, but I'm fine to increase cameraing, but I think that's a budget item, right? Where we add more money where he can outsource that. I mean, when you mentioned a company that's done extra cameraing for you, then do you have to watch millions of hours of tape, or do they look through your tape for things too?
Really good reports.
They give you really good reports. At the end.
Open Netflix bin flashing.
Yeah.
And we've taken our meters up. If we find something that is localized, or you know, if we find in a quadrant that quadrant is high, we could take meters to go another level deep and quarter that and see if we can track it. But ultimately, you know, watching all the videos, we'll continue to work on it. It's not just because it wasn't identified here, which we had hoped, we'd hoped it was an easy one, that was meters, that the meters are old and that they were reading differently between Logan and us, and that our meters, because of their age, just needed to be replaced. I think that was our hope. We identified that it wasn't. We moved to the next. It's like a mechanic. We started it at what the most option was. We eliminated it. We went to the next one, eliminated it, and that's kind of how this works. We didn't find a silver bullet. We have been working on the I&I side for how many years? We've been working with it, 6, 7 years. Yeah, at that point, working on that direction, we'd love to find one silver bullet and fix it. And once we find that, to the mayor's point, even if it costs us hundreds of thousands of dollars to fix that one silver bullet, it's probably worth it once we find it. Once we find that one, we'll be there. But it may take time, and you know, cammering is like finding an needle in a haystack at some point. But if we can isolate, but that is, like you said, maintenance getting down.
So in all the cammering over the years, Rob hasn't found, he's found a couple little places to identify tonight, but he hasn't, no.
What is the camera?
Well,
what, there's at least two things that I know. One is we're cleaning it out because sure, it accumulates a lot of, creates a lot of problems. The other is we're looking for areas where it's got cracks, we need to do repairs or replacement.
There's a lot of benefits.
Well, we're not looking for something.
right, the guy's not sitting on every service and waiting for 24 hours to see if it pumps. He's going up the line as, you know, walking speed, and then he's bringing the camera back out. He's checking the joints. If he sees water dripping through a joint in the concrete pipe, or a tree root that's penetrated in, or maybe someone put a new home in on the older part of town, and they put the saddle on to put their clean out in, and they busted it, the old pipe, the concrete pipe out, and that saddle didn't get set right. We've got groundwater coming in around that. He's just trying to look for leaks coming in, whether it's a cracked pipe or a joint or a gasket, something that's happened that's obvious. It's structural, yeah, it's causing it. And that's, so when you identify them, you look at it, is it just dripping? We want to go tear up the road and expend this for a couple of drips? Or is it coming in enough that, yeah, by fixing that, we're going to spend the $3,000 to fix the road and everything and repair it, because we know in a year it'll be fixed. So that's the game, I'm assuming, Rob, that you've been playing, and anything major he's done, but we don't see any big significant thing. I mean, we were doing this one time in Bloomington, and water was running crazy. We could never figure it out. The last manhole, we right up the canyon, 50 feet away from the river. Manhole was just leaking really bad, and they had 3 inches of the river water coming in their system the whole time. But we cambered a whole bunch. But right now we don't have that. We haven't found that. I'm not saying we're going to stop looking at it. We could be, we're all hoping that we can find something like that, because then all of a sudden you plug it, you fix it, and it goes down. The worst case scenario is it's just widespread throughout the city, and we can't identify it. But we're going to be continuing to work with staff and look at this meters. Hopefully, if we get a quadrant, then we can narrow it down. We can narrow it down. And the hard part of it is takes time. We have to catch that when the season's ending or starting with irrigation.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No, you're good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, we keep asking you questions.
Right, let's move on to.
So I just want to bring up, because I have an issue with this, and I've had an issue with this previously, and not with sewer. No, thank you. But like, I think we have overly ambitious agendas here, and I'm really discouraged by it. I've brought it up before, and I do feel like the city staff's responsibility to make sure we have a good agenda and work with the mayor. Our length of meetings, our bylaws say at 10 p.m. the council will finish the item presently be considered. No additional items will be heard after that time unless there's a motion passed by the council to continue the agenda. I just bring that up because I'm a morning person. I'm up at like 4 or 5 in the morning every morning. These are brutal, and like I do not like having the budget, which I consider critical, as being the last item on the agenda to be talking about at 10:15. We did that when we approved when we approved the $5 million loan for the water project up there. It was after 10 o'clock. So I mean, I think the meeting is over, and I think we need to move budget to another time. I think we seriously need to consider. Reasonable agendas that we can get done and put the most important items first. And in my mind, budget is strategy, and that's where that ought to go. So,
And that could be a really. Ryan's done an exceptionally good job with a lot of good information there. So you're right, this probably should be a different session. Because it's not going to do it justice, because you guys are all better. I'm a morning person too. I don't get as early as you do, but no, you're right. But what did the previous council do? If it was a budget, so, you know, a lot of stuff we need to get into, we did a workshop. Because we need to get adjustments. So you're right. So,
So
can I ask what you'd like to do? Want a motion
Well,
to continue it?
You need to have this budget approved.
Can't approve this budget tonight. You can go through it and understand it, but you didn't hold a public hearing to actually approve.
Hold on. Actually, this is the approval of a tentative budget. So this is the approval of a tentative budget. You're correct. This is not the approval of the final budget, because the final budget requires a budget hearing. This is the approval of a tentative budget, which is only tentative in the idea of general form and general assumptions. And that is what you're saying. You're saying at the executive summary level, you're saying, yes, I agree that you have constructed in form in line with what we wanted you to construct, but this isn't the adoption of the final budget. This is similar to what we've done in other ones. Said, yes, this is form, this is where we want, and we can look and make modifications, but this doesn't have to be the detail of everything in it. Now it can be, but it doesn't have to be. But it is the tentative budget, and that tentative budget is supposed to be done in your May meeting. The reason why it was last is we tried to organize based on number of people present, that we felt like there were going to be people at certain items, and we were trying to be respectful of the public in that range. We could change, and this one is out of order, but we said, you know, how do we get public presentations first? How do we get ordinances, resolutions, discussion, and work through that? So it is agenda drafted to try to help you to go through. There was a lot of discussion for a lot of items, and there is some that is off track, and it happens, and that's happened. We can't, from a staff perspective, we can't predict how one topic is going to go or not. We have prepared, we do prepare. This has been prepared for a while. You want it to be different? We'll do it different, but you gotta imagine that it takes a lot to prepare and get prepped for a meeting like this. You know, for my life and vacation, at that point, I really, two of them, if we'll do one during the day. If we'll do one during the day, but at this point I have, there can be. They're all comfortable with voting one way or the other. Without enough, it has to be public discussion. Without enough dialogue and public discussion, they didn't feel that some of these items were given justice. So we had a workshop on a budget issue or ordinance issue Clearly up to you. It's late and I'm willing to take whatever.
When would you propose? November?
That's directed to me.
Yeah, when is
I
a better
just
time?
think, I just think we need to schedule another meeting. I mean, you know, anyone else, I mean, you know, tomorrow, I guess something else, but I can't think after 10. And I do think we have a pattern, you know, of doing this. I think it's an issue. A pattern of having two ambitious agendas I brought up before and going two ways.
We have an ambitious agenda.
Yeah, I'm just saying it's not working for me when we can end by 10. So I'm open next week. I'm open tomorrow. I could pull a meeting off during the day if that's what Ryan needs to do. I'm commuting from my bedroom to my kitchen most of the time. So yeah, that's not hard at all. Yeah. I drive to Salt Lake. Yeah. So I mean, I'm open Monday, Tuesday.
Yes.
Can I clarify one thing? Because Ryan and I kind of were on the separate pages. I'm not asking for full-blown budget approval. I'm not asking you to approve that we're gonna spend $8 million on capital right now. He's asking for approval of the methodology that he used to put the budget together. And which is a little bit different than how you've seen that done in the past. Because we did it a little bit differently. The mayors were more involved and we did a little differently. But Ryan is just asking conceptually, the way he's presenting this budget, do you feel good about the way this budget is broken down? Do you feel good about the way he's listed the executive summary? That's what you're asking for, right?
I have had it for a week to review and read, and it's tentative as just, is this the right direction?
If you're not saying, okay, if you approve this tonight, Ryan's not gonna come to me and say, okay, Scarlett, you've got X amount of dollars to spend.
Can't
That's
spend
not-
any money off of
that's
approved
not
tentative
what we're
budget.
doing at this point. We're just basically approving or you, not we, sorry. You are just basically approving the format that Ryan has put together. That's really what he's asking.
That is the extent
Absent
of it.
okay, absent a presentation from Ryan, if the council here has spent the time and gone through it, and I made notes on my copy, a few questions for Ryan. Other than that, if the council, all of us have gone through it and are comfortable with Ryan's approach, how he's put it together, I mean, we can just approve it. We don't have to have any further discussion because it's conceptual, it's preliminary. We can still go back and raise some issues. So if you'd like to do that, we can vote on it then. Or we can schedule it.
I'm okay with the methodology.
The other thing, that when you do the next, it comes again, that will be the detailed one. That will have to have the public hearing. If you want to figure something different with a workshop and a public hearing, we can do that.
We'll make a motion, we approve it based on Brent's.
I've reviewed the whole budget.
I've reviewed
And
it
I
too.
met with Ryan also. Talked to him about all my questions.
I'll make a motion.
Can I have a motion?
Can I have a motion?
Go ahead and make a motion.
Okay, I make a motion that we approve item 13, the budget, the tentative methodology of the budget as proposed by our city manager Ryan in the format, recognizing there still might be changes in the numbers. I make that recommendation that it be approved.
Motion from Councilmember Spence, do I have a second? Second from Councilmember Seeley. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, passed.
Aye.
Okay.
I'm fine to adjust the methodology of the meeting. I do have a question though. We did have an executive session item. Is that time critical?
No,
We always have that on.
it is not. It is not time critical. And I can get with each one of you individually on some of that, but I don't think it's time critical. No.
Well, one thing, and I might speak in behalf of what's happening. We have a lot to review when you come to one of these master plans. There's a lot of, I mean, gone through, the road master plan, the sewer master plan, and other master plans. this is atypical of a city council meeting when you get those master plans that we grind through.
When you figure your master plan will be reviewed every 5 to 7 years and you've gone through all of these, you will traditionally only go through one in a year. Yes, because we're behind on some of those. And now we've got through that. We won't see another master plan for another 4 to 6 months. I mean, with the water one, we won't see another one till then.
Our long meetings have been.
Council reports.
When the drought and firmly established, in case you ever know, that's all, that's emergency management and drought.
And it's an emergency.
It is.
Right.
That's my report.
My report is I met with David, the county, and he has an interest in continuing the county library, and so we don't need to worry about that for, I say, 2 to 3 years. We won't address that issue for
The remaining of this term.
so not this year.
So you won't have to write an article.
So I don't need to write an article.
It's
for
not-
this letter.
Not George Wadsworth. Karen?
Nothing.
Nope. I don't have anything else.
I'll make a motion to adjourn.
Second.
Motion second.